Hello, this is The Ocean's Deep Blue, and I am the co host. This right here is the star of the show, Cowboy. Okay, now don't say that you never saw him. He's the star. I'm just the co host. Okay, Mr. Star. I am fresh out of the shower and with no makeup. And I know that you don't probably really care. Hang on. Now I got to get the camera back around. Right again. And this arm is shaky. Okay. And it's still not really straight yet. Like some of my friends. They're not really. But anyway, see if we can get this straightened up just slightly. Oh, okay, now you can barely see me. That's good because I don't look good enough. I don't think I look good enough. I'm fresh out of the shower, so I'm kidding. I'm radiant. I look marvelous. I know I do. And you, Mr. Mute, he's taking a bath, okay? You don't want to watch. He's taking a bath. It's private. Okay. Hey, Chloe, how you doing? So anyway, let me get this on while people are filing in, and I'll see you in a minute. Tonight, we are going to talk about tips, tricks, and hacks for getting through these Ascension upgrades. We're getting told that we're upgraded. Okay, upgrading. What's that going to look like? What's it doing? How are we getting through it? Bring your own tips and tricks too, not just me. This is about you too. Okay, and now listen to this while everybody's filing in. Hello, my loves. Yes, it's so good to see you all here. Not everybody's here though. Oh dear. Um, okay, so we've got Chloe, we've got Richard of the many invisible laws. Richard spelled with several R's. Yeah. Well, yeah, but isn't R's the way they say? Never mind. Um, off the hook. Hello there. There is our hooker. Okay. And she's a crochet woman. Um, hello, Dolly. Well, hello, Dolly. How you doing? Um, and I am all, because my hair is all thin and you can really see my great big forehead. Okay. I think I'm just going to put a hat over it and just call it a day. You know, I don't like the way it looks. I know I'm beautiful anyway, I've been told, but I don't like the way it looks. I'd rather just have a hat on. It just doesn't look like me to me. But yeah, I was in the shower, and so my hair is just totally soaked. And when it's flat, it really doesn't look good. Oh well. Um, well, thank you. Yeah, jumping in the shower. Yeah, and you know what? I recommend jumping in the shower often. Um, that's one of the hacks because tonight. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we got a few more people that haven't showed up. Let me give them a minute and I'll get into it. And Mr. Wonderful is still bathing. He's a cat. You know how that is. Mr. Wonderful. Uh, Mr. Wonderful Cowboy. My little kitty cake. Okay, now what are we looking at? Richard, what are we linking to? Oh, the zombie picture. Oh, the crow. Okay. Oh, what a lovely zombie picture. Hmm. Kind of looks like the Democratic Party right there. I'm sorry, but that's what it looks like. Hey! Yeah, that's badass. It is. It is. Oh, love the hat. Oh, thank you. And Hook finished another blanket. Yeah, I think it needs more blood in the zombie picture. I think zombie pictures need a lot of blood. Yeah, make them colorful. Green, lots of green and reds like Christmas, right? Anyway, um, I love Democrats. What, zombies? No, I call the Democrats the zombie party. because they're looking for brains and they don't know they're dead. Hey, Pam. Pam, I am. I am Pam. Oh, wait a minute. You're Pam. Yeah, I made that joke myself. Democratic Party is the zombie party. Brains. They need brains. They don't have any brains. They don't know they're dead. They're a dead party. They're already dead. They don't know it. They're still walking around like they're alive. They're not. They're just kind of stumbling around trying to find some way to be relevant. And it's not working. Nothing they do is really working because they're anti everything. They're anti everything that we voted for. That's the problem. They've put themselves as a direct opposite of everything we voted for. How smart was that? I'm sorry, but how, how do they expect to get anywhere with that? Except among themselves. I mean, they're not going to win anybody over that way, that's for sure. If most of us want something, we're finally getting it, and they're against all of that, then yeah. Hey, oh, you got your family with you. Oh my goodness. Yes, I do, BPD. Where you been? Prison? I'm kidding. But where you been? And I am Pam. It's always good to see you too. And we've got okay, so we've got okay. You guys are so funny. But anyway, I know we are in the middle of big Ascension upgrades, okay? And a lot of us are having crazy ass symptoms. And I don't want to be on very long tonight because I got to get up tomorrow to go to some appointments, and I'm probably going to be a very busy girl tomorrow. So I need that energy, but I do want to get on tonight and say, put a little energy towards the storm that's incoming. We're not going to get too much of it up here in Ohio, but there are some states that are going to be in danger of flooding. They're going to have one storm after another come in. And what does that sound like? So there's probably going to be destruction and floods. So we're going to take a moment right now while I'm thinking of it. Let's just do it. And just have loving and kind thoughts. I will use the drum. We'll do our song to get in touch with nature. And if you know it, you're going to sing it along with me. And hello, Jenny. And hello, Lewis. Oh, yeah, we're going to tornadoes, everything we're going to have. I told you. And it's going to ramp up for next year. Next month. What? Next year. Don't start with next year yet. I'm not ready. Just hold off, guys. Don't make me talk about next year. Mother, I send my roots down, till I feel the beating of your heart. Mother, I send my roots down, till I feel the beating of your heart. And I feel love coming right back to me. I feel love coming right back to me. Father, I send my branches up, send my branches up, till I feel your energy. Father, I send my branches up, send my branches up, till I feel your energy. I feel love coming right back to me. I feel love coming right back to me. I know I'm a child of the earth and the sky. I feel love. I know I'm a child of the earth and the sky. I feel love. I feel love coming right back to me. I feel love coming right back to me. Coming right back to me. Our guides, all of you, ascended masters, angels, and everybody else who are the good and wise beings that help us through this life. Thank you so much for being with us. And we know that since we are aware of how to do this, it kind of falls upon us to do what we can to ease the suffering of others and the suffering of the elementals that are being abused by the artificial weather systems. And so I am asking for help with that right now. I'm sending some angels, sending some helpers to help tone down that storm so people are not put out of their homes. People's lives may be endangered by this. It's going to be one storm after another. We've seen what these storms can do. Please, I'm asking for the highest and best timeline. If these storms have to be, that's what must be. But please help the people not to be suffering. And please help the elementals not to be abused, because they are nature's children too. They are the children of the earth as well. And they don't deserve to be abused. So I'm sending love because I know that love can change everything. And I know that love is the opposite of the resonance that the dark ones put out. And so it will cancel them. And so I send that storm and those people affected, I send them all love. And I am thankful that I have the ability to help with this. I'm honored to be able to help. And Cowboy concurs, right? Did you hear that, little cowboy? Mm. Yeah. So thank you, Jamie's. So let's see what chat is saying. Yeah. Jenny says meow and Cowboy says meow. Oh, thank you. Oh, good for you, Richard. Yeah, but we got tornadoes like crazy over here. Oh, well, yeah, of course, BPD. Thank you. Thanks for coming, Pam. I know you must be tired. I don't think I'll be having too much trouble, but I won't be on very late tonight. I got appointments tomorrow. Sending love to everybody out there. And Jamie's Cowboys. Hello, honey. How you doing? Weird energy in Vegas like there ever is not. It's not summer yet. We got intense weather. I know. I know. Go Jamie's and go Sam. Okay. You think it's harp? Could be. Oh, Jamie likes the hat too. Okay, my little cat ears hat here. Yeah, I really like this hat. Yeah, creating a hole in the ozone layer to heat up the atmosphere. Yeah. Yeah. And what are we? Oh, yeah, Mr. BBB. Yeah, he does a lot of the, I'll save it to look at later. Yeah. So, so basically, I just wanted to do a little rundown of, oh, yeah, talk to the elementals, a little run. Oh, thank you. He wants to sing along. Yeah. Yeah. And Cowboy, he sings along sometimes. Oh, you haven't been able to work since September. I'm sorry to hear that, BPD. Okay. He is such a cute little boy and he has a nice little voice. Well, it's good to see you and it's good to see everybody. And it's good to see you too, Jamie's. And it's good to see Project Skyfall's made it in. Hello, love. Yes, thank you, Project. Yes, absolutely. And it works too, doesn't it? You can talk to the elementals and show them love, and they'll show you some love too. They'll show you love back. See my little cat ears? You like my cat ears? One of them isn't showing up very well, though. Yeah. So, and I really recommend you do that because developing a relationship with the energies and the systems of the planet are exactly what Mother Earth has been directing me to do. Okay, she said more than once that if we learned how to work the systems that she already has available, she's got systems that we can manipulate that will help everything. And we would have wonderful lives. I mean, we would have everything we needed if we learned how to do that. So it really behooves us to do that, to learn how to deal with our systems that are in place. Remember, it functions, if it's like a matrix, if it's like a program, it's got an infrastructure program that takes care of certain things, but we're part of that structure and we can drive the matrix in that regard. We can manipulate it. So it takes practice. Yes, if you want, I will get out the pendulum And let's see. Is BPD okay, let me test it first. We always got to calibrate it to check. Cowboy's a cute little puppy dog that I have. Oh, no, of course not. Okay, correct. And let's see. BPD got hurt, he says. Yes. Okay. Um, will he be getting well pretty soon? Like within the next month or so? It seems to think you will. Um, yeah, you just need to pretty much take care of yourself. You don't take care of yourself right half the time. Yeah, we're moving to 5D and it's causing a lot of symptoms. And the upgrades are causing a lot of symptoms. Oh, your mom wants you to go to Europe for eternity. Just go. Goodness. She's okay with you being an expat. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, we need to send some healing to BPD. And so, angels, shake some dust off your wings and go send some healing to BPD. Because, and anybody else who needs it out there that's watching, maybe watching or listening. Ben. Oh, of course, Ben. Sorry. Yeah. Send Ben some healing. Moving to 5D. That's right. I don't need to move out of the country. I'm moving to 5D. The country will be great, whatever country I'm in. She was accusing you of buying the Doritos Dynamite, but it was free what? And she was upset with you because you bought some Doritos? What are people coming to? I don't know. Oh my goodness. Live and in real time, he's using my finger to scratch his nose. You know, you've seen him do this. You can go see. I can't get the camera turned fast enough. But he does this. He just likes to use my finger to scratch his nose. He got an itchy nose, right? You got an itchy nose, now you're drooling. You're drooling on me. No. That's enough. That's enough. Nope. Don't be chewing on my finger. It's distracting. I got stuff to do. I need that finger. Every now and then he gets into this thing where he wants to chew on my finger. Lady fingers are his favorite thing. What do I taste especially good tonight? Okay, that's enough. I'm doing a show, silly cakes. He just gums my finger. He's not got back teeth. I know you are, dear, a hardworking Cajun man. Cajun. He's a hardworking Cajun man. And actually, they do. They do a day. You know, you do a day's work. You can have stuff happen. You're breaking out in bumps. You know what? I am too. I am not going to be an expat. I ain't going nowhere. I accept 5D. Yeah, I can't eat GMO corn. And I wouldn't even think of drinking Diet Coke or anything. I wouldn't be able to do that. Okay. Off D, I gotta tell you, I have been having The same kind of stuff. There you go. With the Sami people, start an art and craft business. There you go. You can manifest that, Lewis. Right. Let's all manifest that. Some wonderful friends. Wonderful friends. Oh yeah, you can be you can have a dual citizenship. There's no laws against it. You can be an American citizen and a citizen of Lapland too. Yeah, I mean, Yolana's got a dual citizenship. So, well, they would. I think Finland is one of the places where they got good food still. So maybe it would be a good place. You never know. Oh yeah. Well, BPD, I think most of us want to do that. I would hope. So I'm glad you like my singing. I've never been to Finland. It would be fun to go. Good place for a wedding. Okay, how to take care of yourself. Take frequent showers. Yeah. What are you looking at? Oh, we called spirits. He's looking all around the room. They're all over, aren't they? I can feel them. I can't see him, but you can see him, can't you? Yeah, he can see him. He's looking around the room. You see him. Hello, my friends. Yeah, he's talking. Thank you, dear. Yeah, he's really talking. Hello, psychic medium Rebecca K. How are you doing? Tea tree soap. That's a help. Actually, I'm going to put out the guest link, and anybody that I know and love can come up and talk a little bit. But if I don't know you, you can't come. I'm sorry. But what, baby cake? Something is really. He's talking. Doing a lot of talking. There's the link. And if you want to come up and tell us what you use to feel better. But, I got to say, it was something that I wondered when I heard that we were going to get, oh, yeah, coconut oil too is another thing. When I heard that we're going to get upgrades, and I heard this a long time ago, that we were going to get physically upgraded. It's finally working its way down into, and it has been working its way down into the physical level. But now that the sun is really going wild, it's really shooting that energy into us. And the changes are really coming out. Now, I want to say something about this to Hook, too. So I got something special to talk about Hook in your situation and mine too. But I said to myself, gee, I wonder what that's going to be like, because everything's going to get replaced. We're going to be converting to a more silicon based. We're going to be converting to silica based, means more crystalline. What would that be like? What would that entail? What kind of things would your body go through if you're going through these changes? Every organ would be changing, and you'd be feeling it in every organ, right? So I think we're seeing that. Because I mean, I went through a period where my eyes were watering. My eyes were watering. Probably my eyes were changing. I mean, probably when that's happening, your eyes are changing. I mean, probably we're going to be feeling it everywhere sooner or later. The changes are going to be felt. So, yeah, we're changing right before our eyes. Exactly. Exactly. Um, so basically, I'm suntan Claus. Okay. Uh, that's interesting way to look at it. Um, well, Santa means saint, literally, in Spanish. Okay, it means saint. And the fact that you can rearrange it and make Satan out of it makes you wonder about the saints. Right? So I don't know. You guys figure that out. Um, I'm not going to make a call on that. uh, because I think probably Santa or the character of Santa was probably actually, and Lewis, you might find this interesting, probably actually a mushroom shaman. I mean, I read an article about how this could be, and it was very, very compelling that he could have the whole idea of Santa Claus he could have been a mushroom shaman. The colors of his clothes, the flying reindeer, the reindeer eat the mushrooms. He comes with bags. What he was coming with was bags of hallucinogens. So, I mean, there's some very compelling evidence that somehow Santa is a corruption of um, a mushroom shaman that would come and give all the good people their lovely hallucinogens for yeah, it makes sense. But oh sure, into your rental house. I just want to get this out. Remind me to do that. I just want to get this out because I don't want to forget it. I had looked into this spots and it's where you sweat. These bumps, these rashes, these horrible rashes. And it turns out there is a disease that causes that is the symptoms are that exactly. And it happens everywhere that you sweat a lot and your body is getting rid of toxins through there. But medical science, what is their answer to that? Surgery. In fact, I know somebody who's also having it in this building, having those problems, and they're getting surgery. And they're like, how are they going to use surgery to stop that? Well, they're going to remove the skin where that is happening. They're going to remove the skin because it has. And I'm like, wait a minute now. Now you know what you want to do, but if there is something coming out of us in our sweat, we know that our body eliminates toxins through our skin. The very last thing I would want to do is get rid of that option because that means that where are those toxins going to go? How are we going to get rid of them then? So, what I would say instead is be very kind to your skin, take a lot of showers, use your silver spray that I told you about. Get your, colloidal silver, put it in a spray bottle and spray it on you. That will help. Get yourself some nice lotion coconut oil and something soothing and try and write it out. I think that it will right itself. And you may be getting called to eat differently. You may be getting called to put yourself in a different environment on the inside and the outside. That's what I'm doing. If I eat carefully, I don't have as much of that problem, but still, if I don't get a shower in time, I start to feel like I'm literally getting burned. And maybe we are. Yeah, I think he's been conflated with St. Nicholas. I don't think it's the same person at all. I think somehow it's a false association, Lewis, like Santa Claus. Yeah, surgery. Not only is it expensive, it's painful, and I don't think it's a good idea to get rid of something that is helping you eliminate toxins. So, can you talk for a minute? Well, you can come in and talk if you want to talk to all of us. But I'm kind of in the middle of a show right now, Ben. If you want to come in, though, I gave you the link. Okay. Yeah, the link's up there somewhere. I put the link in a while back. Let me see if I can put it in again. I'll put it in again. Hang on. The other thing I'm noticing is I need an air cleaner. I've been needing an air cleaner, even to get through the shows. So, and I have been needing more than usual water. Lots of water, lots and lots and lots of water, okay? And if you take the colloidal silver and put a couple drops in your water, that's good. That'll help. And so there's a few things right there. Okay, here comes Ben. Sky Falls. We want to do a prayer for Sky Falls, by the way. So, Ben, when you come in, we're going to be doing a prayer for Sky Falls, and then we'll talk a little more, okay? Wait a minute. Where'd you go? Hey! What happened? You disappeared. Oh, there you go. Hello, Ben.
Hey,
You're
Mama
in.
D. How you been doing, Mama D?
Hi,
You remember
haven't
me, huh?
seen much. Oh, yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, yeah. I miss talking to y'all.
Well, why ain't you getting your butt in here, Agent Man?
Well, I didn't know. I only got a notification that like you had a show. Like I got one last week and I got one tonight. So I didn't know when your shows were.
You know what? A lot of people have been saying that.
And that's true. That's the
I
absolute truth.
I don't get other people's notices either for my friends. I might get for great big shows, but I don't get them for my friends. I never know when they're on. It's
Wow.
really disheartening. So, and they don't know when I'm on, and it's really disheartening. We just gotta like look and see if we can catch them when we can catch them. It's really annoying, especially when I'm subbed and I have the bell rung like all for all
Yeah.
notifications. Even some of the bigger channels, I don't see.
Yeah, I know. It does that for some reason.
I don't like
I
that.
rarely get notifications, even though I've been, I'm signed up for like the sub and I got the notification and I hit the bell and all that stuff. Uh,
Hmm.
I rarely get some, but tonight for some reason I got your notification. So,
Oh,
uh,
good. Well, then you're supposed to be here for sure.
okay, all right,
So I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad to anybody who finds their way back. Yeah, I sometimes put a crystal inside my water container, but I did put a mineral in there. I put silver in there already. It's got silver. So anyway, for a moment here, let's just take a moment and send some love to Project Skyfalls. Her and her daughter are fixing to move in to a new place, and let's just send them some love and send the energy to everything going very smooth. That they're going to get everything they need, just how they need it.
yeah.
Okay.
She was welcoming to me in the chat, and I'm gonna send my intent to her.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody just kind of give her some extra energy because I know how that is. To try and move is hard. It's hard, folks. There's no way around that. There's a lot to it. So
Yeah, it really
just
is.
right now and in whatever way you want to do that. If you use angels, if you use Jesus, if you use whoever, you you just do it the way that you're used to doing it. It's all going to work anyway.
Does it work if I just like try to project with my mind that whoever Skyfalls is has like the best outcome possible?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
yeah, that'll work.
All right.
And if you can feel love
I can.
while you're doing that, that will actually help.
I
Love
do. I
is
felt it.
empty. Yeah. And it's one of the things we can do. It's one of the tools that we do have in our toolbox. You know, there are people who cannot do that, who can't love, they don't love, they can't love.
Oh, I can love.
Yeah.
I love you, Mama D.
Oh, well, thank you. I love you too. I love all of you too.
From a
I
long
know.
time. It never faded. I love you in a certain way. As somebody I look up to and who mother figure who's in tune with everything. So,
In a kind of yeah, in, yeah, in a sort of a mentoring or
yes,
that sort
ma'am.
of, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I would I'm honored to be several people's Mama D. So,
Yeah,
I try to look after everybody. It's part of my nature to want to find ways to help people get through whatever it is
yeah,
they're going through. So, because the people here that are coming here, they're all looking to improve themselves. I know that.
absolutely.
So, right there, that tells me that you're actually a fine person.
And you already know me, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right. You're seeking to bring it to get yourself some even more knowledge and wisdom than you have,
yes, ma'am.
and that's a good thing. That's always a good thing is to learn, to keep learning. You
Yeah.
know, we never stop learning. So, I know you usually asking about the Bigfoot and stuff.
No, I love Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, I do too. They're very sweet. I mean, Mom Squatch, that's what I call the female.
Yeah.
We have got to get you. You know what? I don't know how to do it. It's so hard to see them. I've got pictures of them.
So, okay,
Yeah,
I have a question. So, what are they? They are interdimensional or what?
yeah,
Okay.
among other things. And
Okay.
they're interdimensional and also, oh, too. Robin said that you have some Sasquatch energy on you, Mr. Kitty Cat. Robin McCrae said that somehow he's been touched by the Sasquatch, and I know he was outside for a little bit because of the way he acts when it rains. He seeks shelter. So he was outside. So somehow Cowboy knows the Sasquatch too, don't you? You know the Bigfoot, you know the forest people, don't
Rob,
you?
Robin McCrae really sounds familiar.
Yeah, she was doing the rounds for a while as sort of a, if there are any experts, as a psychic experiencer of the forest people.
Oh,
Otherwise,
really?
yeah. So she was on various shows. What? You need to get out now? You need to get out? Okay. We're going down, honey. Go on.
Was
You
she
can-
on Flash of Beauty?
Huh?
Was she on Flash of Beauty?
I don't know. I don't know that program.
Um,
Never heard of it. Um,
it's a Bigfoot. It's it's a kind of a mainstream now Bigfoot program.
so really, I'm amazed. There are more and more of them. I think more and more people are, um, more and more people are coming in contact with them. They're fixing to come out. They're fixing to come out and let themselves be known for what they are. As
What
far
are
as
they?
I understand it, as I understand it, they are somehow relatives. Some people say they're their own thing, but I don't think so. I think they're relatives. They seem to see us, some of us, as at least they see me as a relative.
Wow.
She treats me like a relative.
Okay.
So kind of, I mean, she gives me all this motherly love. She's very sweet. She
Uh,
mind speaks with me.
Wow.
Um,
How do you know this? I'm sorry. I mean, I'm trying to catch up after like 5 years. Uh, how do you
well,
know
I'm
this Bigfoot?
clairvoyant.
What?
Well, A, I'm clairvoyant, and B, she left me evidence
Okay.
to prove that I was talking to her.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Yes.
I believe you for sure because you never bullshitted me before. You know.
No, and I've got pictures too, but it's hard to see.
Wow.
It's hard to see because they, of course, adapt to their surroundings and they look just like their surround. It's very hard to see them, but in these pictures, you can see that there is something there. And if you look at it, you can see the faces and you can see that that is not a tree, that is not a bush. That is some kind of creature there. I will get those. I will have to put those. I tell you what, I will put those pictures. Ben, do you know that I have a Patreon?
No,
I have a Patreon. I have.
it's been a long time.
Pam, are you here? Can you put that link up for me? The
I,
Patreon link.
I remember Pam.
You remember Pam? I
Oh
thought
yes,
you would.
absolutely. I remember Pam.
Yeah, Pam. Pam can't always make it because she's retired now, and so she's busier than she ever was.
I
With her
remember her from
kids
back
and
in the
stuff.
day, though.
Yeah. Richard is new. You probably don't know Hook or Richard, or you remember Lewis, right?
Yes, I do remember Lewis.
Yeah,
Yep,
one of my oldest ones. Um,
I remember him.
and yeah, they are telepathic. Hook says in Hawaii they have the opposite, the little people.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard that.
So everywhere you go, we have cryptids
Yeah.
that are unacknowledged by the mainstream.
So why do you think that they are unacknowledged?
Because they don't want us knowing that we are not the only intelligent species here.
And how would that benefit them?
Power. Because really, they're big. If we're friends with them and we know them openly, okay, part of the reason is they don't really want
To be in
the,
contact with the general public?
yeah, and
Okay.
I can understand that because we're violent little critters with guns.
Yes, we are.
And we'd, some people would be loving them to death. Some people would be scared of them. But they're thinking, and all kinds of ramifications of that. But actually, some of the Native American elders say that there have always been Sasquatch living
Yeah.
at their reservation, and they even trade with them, and they've known about them forever.
Like pretty much all of the Native American tribes have different names for them
Right?
because they've actually interacted with them, right?
Yeah. They interact with them all. They still interact with them.
Yeah.
So, I guess I've interacted with them all my life without knowing that they
Wow.
were around. They've been around me all my life. They've watched me all my life. They watched me grow up. I was near a park. I lived near a park. I was out, whenever I went to the park and was playing in the park, they saw me. Um, we were like so close to the park that you just walk a couple of blocks and you're in a park. Just like where I am now, the same way where I am now. You walk a couple blocks, you're in a park.
Okay.
So, out in my backyard, I got pictures of them out in my backyard. They left me a tree break. They threw some pebbles at my window when I was asking if I was really in touch with them, threw pebbles at the window. They
Wow.
left me when I said I needed a walking staff. They left me a staff, a walking staff.
Well,
Um, they actually got one of my friends. One of my friends got his drones. This was the funniest one, though. One of my friends and I was flying our drones out at one of the parks, and I was looking around and I was seeing what I call the pixie sticks. And the pixie sticks are the
right.
saplings that they scatter around to keep people from their territory from walking around. It's tanglefoot. They also call it tanglefoot.
The saplings.
Yeah,
And
they.
what is the I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I knew that they were around, and this is a big place for them, and it's right by water. It's up in an area where there's lakes and there's all kinds of game and there's all kinds of everything, fish, everything that they'd need. Cover, lots of land cover, and everything they need.
Yeah.
I knew they were around. I knew it. And he got his drone. He tried to see how high it would fly, and instead it went off and it got caught in a tree.
Okay.
And I said, I rather jokingly, he tried all kinds of things to get it down, couldn't get it down. And I rather jokingly said, well, maybe, if you ask very nicely, the Sasquatch will get it down for you because it would be no problem for them. High in a tree is nothing for them, and he laughed and he thought that was funny. But I said, hey, if there are any Sasquatch, would you mind getting it down from the tree for him? Thanks. That'd be sweet. Thank you so much. And he thought that was hilarious, right? Because he didn't believe me.
Sure.
And the next time we went there, he said, well, I brought some stuff. I'm going to see if it's still there, get my drone down from the tree. Oh, okay. So we go there and he looks up. I said, hey, it ain't there. Matter of fact, the whole limb ain't there. The whole
Wow.
branch ain't there. And he goes over and looks on the ground. It's laying on the ground, untangled from the branch.
Wow. That's crazy.
I said, he goes, wow, that's lucky that, the wind or something brought it. I said, it wasn't the wind that brought it down, sweetheart.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
Thanks to Sasquatch, they got it down for you. And he just looked at me. I said, "Remember, I asked them. We asked them to. I think it was very nice of them, don't you?" And he just looks at me like, "We did ask him to."
Yeah, you're right.
So now I kind of got him thinking, "Whoa, maybe they're real," you know.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah, there's lots of reasons they don't really want to be in the society that we've got, but they will deal with the Native Americans. Why? They're reasonable with them.
okay, all right. And you know what? I'm very sorry about the background noise. There's a lot of wind, and my wife has wind chimes. Yeah,
Okay, it's kind of a nice background music.
yeah. Well, we're in South Louisiana,
Hmm.
a lot of wind.
Yeah, I bet you are. Y'all got a storm rolling through there pretty soon tonight, huh?
And yeah, pretty soon.
Then you got another storm after that coming, and we were sending energy out there for y'all.
Oh, thank
So
you very much. I really appreciate it.
try and calm things down a little bit for you.
Yeah, we have enough during hurricane season, so uh,
Hmm.
any uh, any help would is very welcome.
Hmm. Well, we're sending you some tonight. So we
Thank
helped
y'all.
downgrade Milton when it was coming through, trying to give that knockout punch. So
Okay.
Milton got downgraded, and I know that all of the weather workers, without even being asked, there were all kinds of people who came onto their channels saying, "Yes, and we were, intending to downgrade Milton." And honestly, I think that's the way things are going to be coordinated in the future. Is we don't need a head; we just know what the right thing is to do, and we just all do it
Yes, ma'am.
in unison. We just do it, and together we do amazing things. It's going to be synchronicity that is going to coordinate things in the future for us.
Yeah, I think it's synchronicity that I saw your show was coming on because I was sleeping and I got up to take some antacids and
Mhm.
saw Mama D shows on. So I was like, wow, I haven't talked to her in a long time.
Yeah, I'm glad you came.
So can I ask you even more about? And
Sure.
I'm gonna drop the Sasquatch, but what are the orbs about? Do Sasquatch travel? Do they
Well, the
travel in
orbs are
orb form?
different from the drones.
No, no, so when people see Sasquatch, they always see orbs. Is that connected to aliens, or is that the way they travel, or
Are
I
orbs the way that interdimensionals travel? Yes.
oh, all right,
Yes.
okay. Are
That's
aliens
Mhm.
are aliens different from Sasquatch,
They could be.
or did Sasquatch originate from Earth?
Okay, now stop a minute. Did Sasquatch originate on Earth? No.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Are they did human beings originate on Earth?
No,
No.
no,
So we're no more natives than they are. Um,
absolutely, that's what I thought. Yeah. Well, yeah, you're
mm,
just
so they're interdimensional, yes. So wait a minute. It just occurs to me. Are they connected somehow with what we're calling inner Earth? Yes, they are.
inner Earth
Yes.
cave systems, or
Yes. And
okay.
but you know what? We're finding out that inner Earth actually is more than just the tunnel system. It's an interdimensional thing. So we do have
Wow.
interdimensionals visiting us.
So
So
I'm just a stupid Cajun. Could you please tell me what interdimensional is and like how that works?
Sure. The short form, the analogy would be something like you're looking at your TV, and you know how you're looking at your TV, and there's all these channels, right?
Yeah,
With different stuff going on.
yeah.
And it all depends on what band you're tuned to as to
Mm,
what show you're watching.
okay. All right. Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Because everything is vibration and frequency. So
Yeah.
whatever band you're tuned to is what is the reality you're seeing. Some people, I guess, have learned to manipulate that to their advantage.
Mm.
And I guess it's even something that we could do, and eventually we will do. And I am told it's something I have done in other lives.
Okay. Do you
And I
think
believe
there?
in this life done.
So, are there like one or two different dimensions, or are there infinite?
No, it's pretty much infinite.
Wow. So, like vampires and shit can be real.
Oh, yeah. That's how we get all these cryptids.
Mm.
They're not all really from the same bandwidth, but you notice that people see them sometimes, but not other times. Um, Probably what I think, partly it's your frequency, whatever you're tuning to.
Uh-huh.
It's probably, we know that naturally portals open in the earth all the time due to the way that the sun uh, hits our magnetosphere.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay.
So we've gotten that far in figuring it out.
Yeah.
And without being a full-fledged scientist, it's a little harder to get more accurate than that.
I
But
understand that.
apparently, yeah, Agartha is real, and it's not just under us, but it is also. I guess there are other people that going interdimensional is just normal for them. It's
Okay.
just what they do. So, like we go from the land to the sea, and it's not too different for them. But or from one country to another.
Yeah.
But as our frequency rises, we'll be able to see more and more things that exist in other places. And notably, since we're in the fourth dimension now, we're going to see all the things that were kind of hidden from us in the fourth dimension. So a lot of these beings were hiding in the kind of hidden from us in the fourth dimension.
Okay.
As your frequency rises, you're going to see more and more things.
Okay.
And I predicted this years ago. As a matter of fact, last time you came around, I predicted this.
Yeah, you did.
You remember, and it has happened, hasn't it?
Yep. So something else has emerged. Uh so I don't know how to even put this, but so do you believe that aliens abduct people along familial lines?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right.
Yes. And my familial line is a good example.
Mm.
I've spoken of this on the show before, too. I've explained, I've
I
told
wish I could have
stories.
seen it.
Well, you can look back on some of my shows, I guess, and probably find it. But one day I'm going to have to do a series about I'm going to have to do a series of the incidents that have happened to me.
Okay.
But I can tell you the skinny of it is my dad and it was through I think it was mostly through my dad's line that it was going, because my dad and I would wake up with nosebleeds, with the characteristic nosebleeds
Oh wow.
from the probe going in the nose. So
Wow.
for me, the tracer, they would put a tracer up in your sinus cavity. It'll give you bad sinus problems too.
So Mama D, this is where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
So uh I know my parents have told me that they've seen a UFO. And there's screen memories and stuff like that, and they don't let you, you know.
Guess what? If they've seen a UFO, they've been contacted.
God damn it!
Yeah.
So me and my brother have seen one, and
Yeah.
I just went to so okay, okay. So I have some kind of degenerative spinal thing, right?
Yeah.
And
So
I
do
went,
I.
yeah.
Hmm.
So I was seeing a doctor around here in Baton Rouge, and they would they do the try to do the all their stuff like injecting stuff in your spine.
Hmm.
The dude hurt me.
Hmm.
So happens that my brother lives in a different state, and he graduated in anesthesia. So I went to him on vacation while I'm off, and
Hmm.
he fixed my problem. Right.
Oh, wow. Good
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah, this was last week. But he told me that his son told him that they both saw a UFO right over their head, and my brother does not remember it. And my brother's son is not somebody who's going to make up stuff about UFOs. So,
Well,
so my parents saw it a while back. Me and my brother saw a UFO, like really close. We remember it. We remember we were just chilling out, and then all of a sudden we saw this big bright light pass over. Then he told his son told him this. Is that? Could you see if that's really going on? Because I know you can be able to tell. Uh, I said I didn't want to know, but could you use like a pendulum to see if because
sure.
we have a lot. I mean, aside from me, we have a lot of intelligent people in our family.
Hmm.
So I just want to know.
Wow, Hook. Amazing. Hook had to get a hysterectomy, and then the doctor told her that her uterus thought it was pregnant 6 months, to be exact. And her eggs were all gone. Her egg cells were gone.
Wow.
That is pretty intense.
Wow.
I hope you're okay with me mentioning that, Hook. But that's pretty intense. Yeah, and it's going, yes, that happened. The pendulum is saying, oh, yes, it did happen, folks.
God damn it.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
So, this kind of thing happened in my family, happened in to many of us. That's why you are having a lot of the experiences you're having, why you had that experience when you were younger with the black magic. And I remember that. I
Oh man, yeah, yeah.
all of this stuff.
You remember that, huh?
Oh, yes, I do. I haven't
Wow.
forgotten.
Okay. All right.
See, I don't forget. No.
Is that related?
It's related in so much as it seems like the ones who have the bloodline are always getting hammered by that kind of thing. They want them. They want
God damn it. That's
they
not good.
want us because our blood is very valuable.
That's not
Okay, and our blood
encouraging for
ranks so
sure.
high.
That's not encouraging. I didn't. Wow. All right. And
So, yeah.
last week when I was at my brother's house out of state, we both said, he was like, I don't want to know about it. But that made me curious. So I didn't even put this together till this second. Uh, I maybe know somebody who might know,
Okay.
and that would be you.
Okay. Well, as far as I have studied many things, my family tree has definitely been altered and shaped by abductions, and it goes back far in my family. My mother told me the story about my brother. I have told the story on this show before about my brother that I had that I never knew.
Wow. All right.
And that he is, where is he? But, he supposedly was stillborn. He was born with an enlarged cranium.
Damn.
And I said, well, where is he buried, Mom? And she said, buried? What do you mean buried? I said, well, if he died, you buried him, right? I mean, everybody who dies gets buried, right? I mean, that's what you do. And she goes,
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
There's no
okay,
grave. There's
digging.
no nothing.
Wow, digging deeper. My grandma's house was notoriously haunted, and
Probably an open portal.
she had a miscarriage. And I,
Uh,
wow, that is really wow. You are blowing my mind right now.
it's very common for the women to have a so-called quote unquote miscarriage. Yeah. Um,
My wife had one.
and so-called false pregnancies. Well, there you go. And
Wow.
that's all part of the whole 9 yards of being an abductee.
And my two kids that I have are amazingly smart.
Hey, Woo Riders, how you doing? Yeah, well, yeah, they would be. Probably hybrids.
No
As
way.
a matter of fact, your whole family's hybrids then. Yeah,
Oh
I'm
my
not
goodness.
mine too.
Well, this is
Um,
unsettling to say the least.
yeah, and making blanket statements like that is dangerous. That's why I say probably, but
Yeah, I understand that.
in my experience, that's what's happening. Okay. In my experience, the more we go into it, the more things you'll start to remember, the more things you'll say, hey, wait a minute, that fits this pattern.
Yes.
And that's my story. The more I looked into, the more I found in my life that fit exactly that pattern that I'm hearing. And it was Whitley Strieber books, his books,
Yeah.
that really put me onto a lot of these things because I mean, they had stories. He had stories of women, many women who had the false pregnancies, the abductions, the dreams, my mother had the exact kind of dream that comes before you have a hybrid child. And
Okay.
that would be me. Okay. And I mean, she was even told by a figure that she saw as Jesus. Of course, they can look like anybody. She saw a figure in her dream that said, don't worry, your child is going to be fine. She was older when she had me. She was worried there'd be something wrong with me. In her dream, there was a person that looked like Jesus that said, don't worry, Beatrice, your daughter will be fine. And
Damn.
it turned out I was a daughter and I was fine. I was healthy, born healthy. She was worried because the other one was stillborn, but disappeared. The body is gone. There is no body. Of course, there's no record of birth. There's no record of
Yeah.
anything because he was stillborn, yet the body's gone. Nobody knows what happened to it. She doesn't know.
Mm.
So, and she never even thought that it was odd that there's no grave.
Wow. I wish I'd have never came on here tonight.
Well, maybe something inside of you was prodding you to come on and find out some things that you need to know. And you got to get used to, because this is just the truth of your life now.
Yeah, you're right. Wow.
That, sooner or later, we all got to come to terms with this. And it's not easy. When my mother told me that story, we were at Wendy's. I was getting ready. I was going to be married. We were talking about that, and I was eating Wendy's burger, and I had a fry in one hand, the burger in the other, and I'd just taken a bite, and she told me that, and I'm going, and the burger and the fry just kind of hung there in the air, while my mind is just flipping through everything I had read in the books about that situation, everything she told me about my past, about my brother, about everything about how she became pregnant with me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, at the last moment before she was due to have an operation where that would have been closed down forever. She was due to have a hysterectomy. I was the child she had before the hysterectomy.
Wow.
So, and they thought she was never going to have children. So there you go. And it's all down the line, just exactly like it was in the books. And I'm like, oh my God, because I was reading the books going, look, I wouldn't believe that. This sounds really bogus. I wouldn't believe this unless it would have to be somebody close to me. It would have to be a firsthand account. But, I put all these restrictions on how I would ever believe such a thing could be. Guess what? It fulfilled all my conditions.
Wow.
It told me that. And I'm like, holy crap, this is my mother telling me a firsthand account of my brother and me.
Damn.
It don't get more firsthand than that.
You're right.
And I'm like, holy shit. Does that mean the rest of it's true? Holy shit. That's what was going on in my mind.
Yeah.
Sorry for swearing, folks, but I mean, that is one of those moments, those holy shit moments, right? So, and your mind just goes tilt, tilt, tilt. So I understand how you probably must be feeling right now.
Okay.
To have somebody tell you, yeah, you ain't who you thought you were. You're different.
So my wife will. So we listen to podcasts to go to sleep. Usually Sasquatch Chronicles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I put on a UFO one, my wife cannot. She's like, "You mind if I curse?"
I don't care.
She's like, "Fuck that! I don't want to fucking hear this shit about aliens." But her mom claimed to have contact with aliens.
Doesn't
So,
surprise me.
so, oh man, this is really earth shattering for me.
Mind blowing. I know. I hope you're sitting down.
I am.
Sitting down, my brother. You know that I know exactly how you're. Like I said, that sandwich and that fry hung there, and I'm like, how could she be telling me exactly what I read about? How could she be telling me all of a sudden, from my point of view, my whole past was a lie?
Oh man.
My whole past was a lie. Everything I thought I knew about my life was a lie.
Yeah. So
It
that's why
was,
you're gifted like you are.
well, apparently.
Yeah.
That, and then I had this near-death experience that seemed to intensify things when
I
I
haven't heard
came back.
about that, but I'll go back and look.
Oh, I had so many things. We had some silly stuff too, where we're just having fun. We have a lot of shows where we're just having fun.
Oh
We're
yeah,
just
I know.
doing music and karaoke and having fun.
Oh yeah, I was a part of that.
Yeah, so but sometimes we have pretty serious shows. So yeah, I got a brother. Maybe he's out with the aliens somewhere. Maybe he's on a ship somewhere. I don't know.
So are aliens interdimensional, or
I think they are. I think they are. Yeah, they would have to be because Robin's got a picture of him coming through uh uh coming through a
portal?
portal. Yeah, they are. As a matter of fact, okay, let me ask. Let me ask. If because sometimes I get surprised.
Mm,
Okay, sometimes I get surprised by this thing. Are the Grace also entered? Yeah. Now, see, they told me they were because they talked to me. Actually had
mm,
a chat with one group of Grays. There are many groups of Grays, actually. There's more than one. But the ones that talked to me were the ones that came tunneling through from another dimension. And it's a dimension where the Earth was highly radiated and they had been spending a lot of their time out in space. The way that they had been saved uh, was they were in space. They were not on the planet. They were the descendants of some of the people who had managed to get either off planet or to shelter, and their planet was pretty much toast. And the
yeah,
genetic line was too, literally. So that's why they needed our genetics, according to them.
yeah.
I'm
Well,
saying according to them because is that really was that story they told me, is that really the truth of that group? Because I know that yes, that actually is the truth. And I also got that they are from corresponding families on the other side in the other dimension. Therefore, this is why they feel like they should be able to do this,
all
is
right.
because they're seeking out people that they would be kin to if it had been this dimension.
So, could you ask a question as broad as what I just talked about? Is that likely to be true?
Okay, say again, please.
So, like the whole family line and all that stuff. Uh,
Well, I'll show you
okay.
what Ben's about to ask, and I'm not even sure what he's asking, but is it true? Whatever you're asking, yeah, the pendulum says it's true.
Oh my goodness.
What you're thinking is right. Yeah,
Oh man.
that's what's going on. And if you're thinking your whole family line is involved, yes, it is.
So let me ask. Okay, one more question. Well, shit. Okay,
Mhm.
was my grandmother a witch, or was she just an alien? Or I don't even know the difference. It's
I'm not
so
sure.
blurry.
In some cases, there is a difference.
I want to know if she
Was
was.
his grandmother actually a witch? Yes.
Yeah, I knew that. I knew
There,
it.
there is a witch bloodline. There is a witch bloodline. Yes, there is. I know
So yeah. So
anybody can practice witchcraft, but there are some people who have a witch bloodline, and yes, she did.
ask if she was a powerful witch.
Okay, I don't know. That is a kind of a quantitative question. I'm not sure how it will answer.
Okay.
Was she a powerful witch? Well, it's swinging, yes, but it's not swinging very vigorously. So
Okay.
I would say she was, but not like a hugely powerful one, but yes, fairly powerful.
Okay. So that's what happened with me. You remember with the Ouija board and all that.
Yep, I sure do.
Yeah. Like she was the one who was always here, play with the Ouija board. And my
Mhm.
mom was like, "No, don't do it." But
Mhm.
we were at my grandma's, so uh,
What you gonna do about grandma? Yeah, it's your grandma. What you gonna do? That's
exactly.
that's your mom's mom. What you gonna
Did,
do?
did she have detrimental, uh, mm, detrimental, which I don't even know how to phrase this.
Did
Did
she
she
mean
do
to
it to?
harm you?
Did she do it to hurt us?
It's circling, which means that's not quite the right question.
So you've heard of
Not exactly
generational
to hurt
curses,
you.
right?
I'm getting that maybe it's not exactly to hurt you. It's maybe to, okay, let me ask, get to gain control of you, maybe? Yes,
Oh wow, that is
that's what.
exactly right.
To gain
Wow,
control of you.
wow.
Not
All right.
necessarily to hurt you.
Well, that's all you have to say because that explains everything. Because when we would go to, my mom would drop us off at my mama's house. My mama would always be like, "Whose food's better?" And it was a competition, and she wanted to control. I don't. It was crazy. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But she pushed that Ouija board on us until we finally played with it, and oh golly, this is wow. Okay, a lot to take in.
It is a lot. And I tell you, it took me a while. Like I said, my brain went on tilt. It's like my whole life went tilt. It does not compute. Wait, 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 wait. And
No,
flip,
that's
flip,
how I
flip,
feel
flip.
right now.
Yeah. And it took me a while. And then when I went home, I asked her some questions, and it's like she answered exactly like a person would answer based
Yeah,
on what was in those books that these other women had the exact same kinds of experiences. Maybe with a little bit different name, maybe in a little bit different place, but the same basic experience.
yeah,
And it's always the babies. There's never any grave. Some women, the most they remember about what happened to the child is the little doctors came and took them. What little doctors? When they're asked that, they don't know
yeah,
what that means. What do you mean by that? Well, just the doctors, these little doctors that were there, is what some of them would say. And it's like, little doctors,
yeah,
no, that wasn't humans. That wasn't humans that took them. So, and of course, problems with your menses. As a woman, some of that comes into play too, because their interference will mess with you sometimes. And actually, they mess with our lives quite a bit. They do quite a lot of messing around with our lives, for which I have kind of bawled them out. I literally have bawled these people out when they try and get in mental touch with me. It's like I bawl them out. I say, you who want even more from us, when you took so much from us and you
So
want more,
can I
what
ask
do
you
you want?
one or two more questions?
Yes.
Okay. Um. Wow. So is it my dad's side of the family or my mom's side of the family that this comes from, or both?
Okay. That side of the family that this comes from.
Both?
This thing is shivering. Okay, it's going in a circle. Both sides. Okay, going in a circle. Your mom's side. Let's
My
try one
mom.
at a time. Your mom's side. Okay, your mom's side.
Okay.
Okay, now stop. Your dad's side. Is this mostly coming? No, it's not coming from your dad's side.
Wow. What, dude? That's confirmed all my suspicions.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Is this some kind of like, I don't know, what's the difference between like this alien stuff and witchcraft? And I don't mean to denigrate a witch. I'm not talking about Wicca or anything. Like,
I know what you mean. Don't worry, I got you, Ben. Throwing spells versus aliens. Let's see. What is the, you know what? To tell you the truth, I'm not sure. I I expect there is an answer and I will ask, but I'm not sure I will come up with a speakable explanation for you tonight on
okay,
that.
okay.
But
So did
is there a difference between a witch and an alien? Yes. But are these alien powers that she would be using not alien, no. Uh Natural abilities, really. Yeah, I'm getting natural abilities.
so what does that mean? Witch or so my
All
family,
of us really have these abilities.
who?
All of us have these abilities, but not unlocked. All of us.
Yes, yes, I understand that. I understand that. I understand that. Did my grandmother have ill intentions towards us?
I already answered that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, controlling intentions.
you're right. Okay, disheartening. Uh, will this be? Will my kids? Um,
Will your kids be going through the same thing, you kind of thing? Will they be going through the things? Will they be going through? Um, yeah, I hate to say, yeah.
God damn it. Okay.
Yeah, when I found that out, I decided to not have kids. I said no.
Yeah. Well, I met a woman.
I'm the
Well,
last one you got. I'm the last. I am the last. You will not be able to come anything more. You will not be able to take anything more from me. So they took the egg cells.
hmm.
So I know I have children out there somewhere.
Is that the reason why they're so prolific and well, I don't know, like prolific. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what to say anymore.
I think maybe you need to just kind of sit with it a little while and let it kind of seep in. Just kind of sink in a little bit, just kind of because I had to do that when it happened to me. So I don't think it's going to be something. And then now, how do you deal with the rest of your family knowing what you know? You won't be able to convince them,
Shit, I can.
probably. I mean, it's almost unless somebody has their own experiences and comes to it their own way, they won't believe you.
I can do it if I want to, but at the same time, I don't think they need to know.
Yeah, I'm not sure how good it is. If okay, so there's some other people in chat here that wanted some questions. What were the questions? I'm sorry if you guys would please put them in again. Desiree still needs some help. Oh dear.
Hmm.
Yeah, as a star seed, you do get taken in your sleep, and you know you get taken by more than one group. Did you realize that? Yep, you get taken by more than one group.
How do you know you're a star seed? And I'm not trying to, I'm just asking general
Oh,
question.
there's a whole bunch of ways to tell, and there's videos on it.
Okay, I'll look it up.
You have, but just basically, if you've always had an interest in the stars, you've always felt homesick here, you always felt like you didn't belong, or if that's kind of always in the background, like I don't really belong here. This is not really my home. I remember somewhere else it was a lot different from this. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So if you hear about certain aliens and you seem to have an affinity with that type of alien or ET, I don't like calling them aliens because really they're not aliens, they're family. Some of them are family. And interestingly enough, I turn out to be Illyrian, Andromedan, and actually a mixture of things, just like I am on my mom's side, a mixture of things. I may even have, I wonder about that. Now, I was wondering about that. There is French on my mom's side, and the Holy Family, the so-called Holy Family, Jesus' family landed in France. They really land in France. Yes.
How you know that?
And yes, they were escaping because they were getting out of Dodge. Am I related to them? I'm related to them. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I had to be. I had to be through the French side, my mom's side. Holy crap. Now that's something I have to do. That's going to, okay. And we know that they had star lineage because that's what the sacred blood was. The sangreal was actually sacred blood, holy blood, the holy bloodline. It wasn't really a cup. It was a holy bloodline. Sangreal, they translated it as cup. Not really. It was sacred bloodline because if you put the break in a little bit different area than what they traditionally do, you end up with sacred or holy blood. Royal blood. No wonder, and all the Templars and all of that's all related to that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's one on me. Yeah, so we're all getting some of that kind of thing today.
Do I have any of that?
What? Say again?
Do I have any sangria?
Okay. Does Ben carry the sangreal? Yes, you do, Ben.
Okay.
And I have to ask, do the people getting abducted, is that part of it? They carry the sangreal? Yeah.
Wow. All right. All right.
That's why we're getting abducted, yes.
Wow. All right.
And that's also why they want us in a blood cult. Because the the voodoo wanted me. I mean, they really wanted me. They wanted to get me on a new contract because the contracts were all coming up and going to be over in 2012. And they were trying so hard to get me signed up for a new contract. And I did not do it. I would not do it. And is that it? That is the way that I figured it out. And is that actually, let me lock my arm because I don't want to move it. Is that exactly what happened? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So I'm free, but they wanted to still be in control of me. What they want is control. Yes, what they have been wanting is control of all of us because we're powerful. Our energy is vast.
Yeah.
It's a very powerful bloodline, and they want control of that bloodline. Total control. That's what they've been after all this time, because if they can control the sacred bloodline, what am I getting? What? This is like info. coming in. If they can control the sacred bloodline, they can control. Oh my God, seriously? I don't even want to say what's coming in, but I would have to say it. Who controls the Sangreal controls the fate of the galaxy. That sounds like a story somebody made up.
It does. It sounds like Dune or Star Wars.
Maybe that's where it comes from.
Maybe that's where these stories. Maybe that's what these stories are based
Where
on.
they come from. We know that they make these stories so that if we try and explain it to somebody, they just say, "Oh, you saw that in a movie or TV or something."
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is what is happening. Is somehow the Sangreal is what it is. It will one day be the most tremendous power, and it can be a power for good, or it can be a power for ill. Oh my God. That sounds like a dark side and a light side, and that sounds like the Force, and that does. It sounds like Star Trek, Star Wars, something. It sounds like that. Oh, geez.
That is a lot. Sure is a lot.
Oh my goodness, you guys. Yeah. I didn't know this show was going to be about that. I thought it was just going to be some simple life hacks to get through the Ascension symptoms. I didn't know it was going to be all this, but hey, it's something different every time. I never know in advance what's going to happen on these shows for sure. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot. That is a lot,
Yeah, that's a lot.
even for me. But that's why they want us, and that's why they want control of us.
Mm.
If we never reach our potential, they can stay in power. If we ever reach our potential,
Wow.
they will no longer be in power.
That is profound. That is really profound what you just said.
Oh my God. So we would be the wild card. We would be the ones that come along and somehow it matters. It matters which way we go. Who's gonna have the power of that?
Wow. Let me ask you one more thing. Is my wife really essential in what you're talking about?
Essential?
Um, a pivot point to make things. I don't even know how to explain it. I don't even know how to explain what I'm thinking
I
about.
don't know how to ask it then.
So,
You're gonna have to get a little bit, yeah, you're gonna have to formulate that a little better, or the
all right,
pendulum's gonna spin in a circle.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm
So,
not gonna try to keep you too long.
well, yeah, because there are other people that got some things that
Yeah,
they,
go ahead. Go ahead, Mama D. Go ahead.
and I should give them a chance too. But I don't really
Absolutely.
because every time you come on, we learn some things, Ben.
Yeah,
Y'all gotta come on more often.
yeah.
Don't make me come down there and smack you for not coming on for so long.
All right. Please don't smack me.
No, I ain't gonna hurt you, Ben. We've been friends for way too long for
Yeah,
that.
it's been a long time.
No, I reserve that for other people, unruly hooligans.
Yeah, I understand
Speak
that.
of the iron pan. You know what the iron pan means, right? Don't you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
From the South, you understand the whole iron pan concept.
Absolutely.
If
Absolutely.
grandma touches that iron pan, everybody shuts up and sits down and straightens out.
Yes, ma'am. I understand that.
It
Yes,
was my
ma'am.
grandma too. She came from the South. It's like you didn't say nothing after that. It's like, oh yes, we're all very polite now suddenly.
That's funny.
I'm
Wow.
behaving.
This is super enlightening.
Yeah.
Wow.
Boy, I gotta talk about that too one day too, is like the way it was because things were a lot different in the old days. That's how they kept order. I mean, they had my grandma had like 8 kids and a drunk husband, unfortunately, part of the time. Part of the time she was a single mom in the depression. Part of the time she had a husband, but he was drunk and not helping her keep up the family very well. And,
Yeah.
the way she had to keep order in the house with I mean, because there were like 4 big, strong boys in the family, tall. I mean, I got to tell you, on my mom's side of the family, treetop tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really tall. Yeah, like all over 6 foot,
Yeah.
except Uncle Jerry. Yeah, but everybody was 6 foot or more. So, grandma had to keep order some way, but the order that she kept was with that iron pan. If she touched the iron pan, everybody had to straighten up. And they knew
Yeah.
that. But um, which part of Louisiana people want to know? Yeah,
Uh,
got a
it,
storm in his he's got a storm coming in his area, yeah.
yeah. Uh, it, it's called Vacherie.
Called what?
Vachere.
Zachery.
Have you ever heard of Oak Alley Plantation?
Yeah.
That's where.
Oh. Yeah, you guys got a storm well, we're downgrading the storm for you as much as we can.
Thank y'all very much.
Okay. We got tie-ins with the weather, the weather beings. So you can do that yourself too, Ben.
Okay.
You go out there, and you know what? And this is the way I've told people, and this is something for all of you. If you go out and it's cloudy sky, you can look up at the sky, and you can get into kind of a meditative state, in a calm, quiet state, and ground yourself and look up and say, show me what's really there. And if you relax and just relax your focus, you will see things in the clouds and in the sky that you never knew were there.
All right.
And
So
when
to
you do,
narrow it, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
that's okay. And when you do, please remember fear is not your friend and be respectful of everything.
Okay.
Okay. And I know
Uh,
you.
to narrow it down, nobody knows where Vacherie is. It's oh man, right in between Baton Rouge and New Orleans.
Mhm. Mm.
The
How
ri-
far away?
how far away?
I'm trying to remember where the levee. What was it? The big toxic lake with a great big long bridge over it. I can't remember what it was called.
Who are you talking about? Lake Pontchartrain.
Pontchartrain.
Yeah, and they got the causeway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too close to there.
Okay, good. Because I
I'm
was thinking
I'm in
that.
a I'm in a swamp.
Me too. I'm in a bog.
Yeah, I
I'm
live
in
in
a
the
bogland.
swamps of
Not
South
happy
Louisiana.
here. I'm happy here in a bogland. And actually, when I went down to visit Nolans, I was happy down there too. It was a lot like being in the bogland.
Yeah, and
And it's very similar.
where did you see any? Did you go on any swamp tours or anything?
No, I did not.
Okay.
It was a
Uh,
whole different thing that we were doing down there when we were
okay.
doing it. But, we'll have to talk about it sometime.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, but I live about. I live
Oh,
about
Todd wants to know if you've ever seen a rougarou.
a Rougarou.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what I haven't seen one, but I'm sure
You-
that's what Dog Man is, right?
Are you thinking that?
I'm sure that's what Dog
Let me
Man is.
ask, is a rougarou the same as is a rougarou and a dog man necessary? Is it the same thing? Pretty much, yeah.
So I haven't seen that, but me and my dad go sockeye fishing
Yeah,
at night. So sockeye is crappie,
yeah, crappy.
and my dad got a place to he got a bunch of lit up places so we could fish at night.
Right.
And I have definitely heard a Bigfoot for sure, unless that's a Rougarou. I don't know, but it sounded like a siren.
Well, now Lewis is really big on doing the whoops and stuff, so he knows about that.
Yeah, so like say the how and but
He
it really sounded like a siren,
yeah.
and it was really close. And it
Like a howl? Is it more like a howl?
no, no, it sounds like an old fashioned World War II air siren.
Really?
Yes, yes,
Wow.
and I've
I
heard.
need to look into that. That's something.
Ask if Lewis might say I can't see chat right now, but ask,
Lewis thinks it could be a dog man, more likely to be a dog man. Yeah, Rougarou.
hey, that might be what it is.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it's more like a Rougarou.
But I don't think the Rougarou is what the legend says it is. But who am I to say?
Well,
I think
maybe. I
I don't
mean,
think people turn into werewolves. I really don't. I'm sorry,
no, no, I don't think so.
but
Well,
there. Go ahead.
I think that a whole bunch of truth is mixed up with a whole bunch of bullshit,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
and that what we're hearing is a kind of a garbled version of something that really exists, but not the way that people say it exists.
Yeah, yeah.
So, uh, we'll suspend our judgment at this point until we know more. But, we need to do more research in order to know exactly what's going on. But I got, I got, I got a dog man story too, which I'll
Really?
tell sometime, but not right now.
Oh, okay.
Uh, Desiree White is on, and she's asking a question. D. Oceans, will my fibula surgery tomorrow go good and heal properly? Yes, Desiree. Yes, it will. And sending you some love and some energy, darling.
That's awesome. I'll
Sending
send
you
some
some love
energy
and
too.
some energy. And just seeing you surrounded in healing light, green and blue and white and vibrant health and gold and vibrant health so that you can heal up. And doggone you drink your bone broth like I've been telling people to do. You drink it, you make you some bone broth and you start drinking that, honey, so that it heals up fast. And find you some comfrey. Comfrey will help you heal up fast. By the way, I do have an announcement. I have 3 potions that I've made, but they're actually wines, but they're special wines. One is made from wild grapes. One is made from Concord and wild grapes, and one is made from ginger and honey. It's ginger mead. All three of them are very magical, and I just decanted them last night or yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? And yeah, it was yesterday. They are wonderful. They
Really?
really turned out wonderful. Yeah. So, absolutely. I am so happy with the way they turned out, and I'm making more. All three of those will help you with cough and cold and add to your health. All of those are like healing mixtures. And it's interesting because the ginger one was something I was hearing in my head. And what I wanted to tell you too, all of you, if you're hearing something kind of in your head, a recipe, something that you need to do it. Because I was hearing that in my head to make this thing. Turns out that the Sasquatch tea is an Ayurvedic recipe from ages past.
Wow.
Sasquatch tea, this stuff I'm calling Sasquatch tea,
Are
is
you
actually
ready?
old, Ayurvedic, thousands of years old.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
And
I don't know why I know that, but I do.
And also, Yolanda told me that pine needle, the next thing I'm supposed to make is pine needle wine, which will be also a very healing thing. And she said that was something actually her Polish grandmother always made.
Wow.
I didn't know that. That just came to me. But it was to strengthen and protect the family from diseases. That's what it was made to do. That's why Grandma always made that. I didn't know that. I just knew that I was being told that I needed to gather fresh pine needles before they started spraying for bugs and stuff around here, somewhere pristine, and get a whole bunch of pine needles and make this pine wine, basically pine needle wine, pine needle tea and pine needle wine. So that's one of the next things I'm going to embark on, is doing that. So I'm really good at making wine, by the way. I tasted it and it's really excellent wine. So
Are you gonna sell it or?
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with it next, but
Yeah,
I'm learning how to do it, and I'm learning that I can do it.
yeah.
So I think right now I'm just learning the basics of doing it. And maybe the next step will be given to me down the way, or maybe I'll be teaching people how to make it. Maybe I'll be making it. I don't know. For other people, I don't know. But I do know that they're all three of those are very powerful healing potions, basically. So, little did I know, I never know. And then I find out. And then, so, is that why I was doing that? It's the funniest thing. I'm the last one to know, right? It's like, they know what they're telling me and they know why. We must be coming upon a time when they're going, okay, that makes sense. They're going to probably unleash some kind of bug or something.
No.
Need that, and we're going to need it.
Yeah.
That's probably what's happening. Is there's something coming and they're getting us ready for that? Okay. I'm not going to say that for sure, but is that okay? Pendulum, can you tell me that? If you can tell me now, I understand if you can't tell me, if you guys can't tell me, but is that what's gonna, no, it's gonna tell me straight up, look.
Yeah,
Tell me
bet.
straight up. That's exactly why I'm learning to do this.
They brewing it up in the lab right now.
They brewing it up right now.
God damn.
And we have to be prepared. Okay, now we got our marching orders. Okay, now I know. I know what I have to do, at least part of it. I got to learn how to do it, and I got to learn how to teach other people how to do it because I can't be everywhere at once.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys, mhm, you
Well,
guys
Mama.
have to learn.
Well, Mama D. You know what? I'm reeling from what you told me and what I found out.
You probably need to go rest a little now.
Yes, I think I do. Uh,
Okay, sweetheart, you go and do that.
and I thank all of the people on your show. I mean, the people that in your chat that were really, nice and receptive to me. Uh,
Sure. Now, let me tell you, I'm usually on Mondays and Wednesdays.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So look for me on Mondays and Wednesdays and sometimes Sundays by request.
Okay. All right.
So you look for me on those days. You give a glance now and then, see if I'm on.
Okay. I will.
I'll try and let people know that I can be on. Hi, Jason H. How you doing?
So good night, everybody.
Good night, Ben, and thanks for asking great questions like you always do. He always does ask good questions.
All right, Mama D. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Okay, good night. Well, that's our Cajun man. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's Woo's Desiree. Same dear Desiree that he dances with. They're such a sweet couple. So I'm breaking up. What? Are you not hearing me? Not hearing me? Okay. Everybody okay out there? Everybody hearing me okay? Somebody type something. Let me know. Hey, thank you, Desiree. Yeah, because I never know, because there's always some kind of shenanigans going on. Half the time there's something going on with this channel. I never know what's going to happen. I just do my job, you know what I'm saying? I just do what I'm led to do. And I just say, hey, you guys, I'm here doing what I know how to do. That's it. That's all I can do. And the room heated way up. It really heated way up. So we had a lot of energy running through this room. And Cowboy is so hot, he's on the floor, camped out in front of the air cleaner, the fan. It's all of a sudden really hot in here. And that means there's been a lot of energy through here. So a lot of energy coming through. Okay, anybody else got any other questions? That was very, God, you guys have got to admit, that's a good show right there. We just had a show. That was, if we didn't even have any more than that, we had a show there. Didn't we? Oh my God. Jeez. My best advice right now is, like I said, if you're getting told that you need to do something to take care of yourself, please go do it. Listen. Listen to what your spirits are guiding you to do. And if you're breaking things and you're getting hurt, please consider making yourself bone broth and drinking it on the regular. Ever since I used to break things, really. I don't anymore. I've fallen several times since I started on the bone broth. and I haven't broken anything. So please consider that so that you can stop breaking your bones, okay? And the other thing that'll strengthen your bones will be the comfrey. And yeah, okay. Hmm. Okay. What else is going on here? Does anybody else want to come in? I'll put the link out again in case somebody wants to come in. Okay. There you go. So anybody else wanting to, ask questions, tell us some things, show us some things. You got some things to show us. Anything like that, the link is there. So, but yeah, I've said it so many times. Me and Cowboy eat a rotisserie chicken per week between us. You know, I eat some off of it and then I take the carcass without the meat on it and cook it up for bone broth with some salt and apple cider vinegar. Then I put some seasonings in it and drink it, and it's actually very lovely. And I make his perpite out of real meat, mixed with a little bit of his favorite commercial food, so it smells like his food. And he eats it like a champ. So, well, you really did a number on yourself, didn't you, Desi? You really had to do it up. It's for your first break, you really had to do a bang up job, right? You do? Okay, yes, I do, Crate. Hit that link. Just click that link. It will take you to a site. You don't have to download anything. You got one. You got 4 carcasses in the freezer. Aha. Well, make one of those carcasses into soup, man. Oh, I know you have in your bone broth, Dolly. It's delicious, ain't it? Yeah, that's, I guess, the thing that I neglect to say. It's actually delicious. Bone broth doesn't sound that great, but it's delicious. You'll wonder why you weren't doing it earlier. Because in the middle of the night, it's very comforting. If you are cold, you're feeling cold, or you're feeling empty, you can have a cup of bone broth. It won't have any caffeine. It has almost no calories. Won't interfere with your diet. Very comforting. You'll be glad you made yourself up some bone broth. Okay. It feels good. And you'll also start feeling better. Your joints and everything will start feeling better. Your skin will start looking better. Everything. We need that. We need those nutrients. We have too many nutrients robbed out of our food supply. And then they charge you a lot of money to give it back to you in the form of hyaluronic acid. And, hyaluronic acid and all of that stuff costs a lot of money. All you got to do is cook some freaking bones. That's all you got to do. And there it is. It's right there for you. Free. along with the chicken. So we get to eat, and we also get to have our medicine. Me and Cowboy. And he is certainly a happy cat since I made the perpetate. Since I started making that, he is a very happy little boy. And he doesn't eat as much of his kibble. He's eating less of that and more of the actual pure meat. So, and that's pure meat. So he's also not waking me up at food 30 in the morning wanting food. He's full until I get up. And then when I get up, he starts wanting food. So that's another thing I've noticed too. I'm not as hungry when I get the right nutrition the day before. I'm not hungry. I don't have cravings and I'm not hungry. So you really need to consider that. You don't need a Chrome browser. I'm on Brave. I'm on Brave browser, but I don't know. Maybe you got Chrome. I don't know. You're freezing batches. Good for you. Well, you're making it for the year, so you can just take it out and heat it up and chug it down. Good for you, Dolly. That's enterprising. So you don't have to just make it week to week like I do. You're just going to have it. Brave? Yeah, I'm on Brave. And then I guess I will be teaching you how to make the whatever it is that's coming potions. I guess that's something I'm going to teach you. Maybe. I don't know. It's just something that's been coming to me that I should be doing. Is learning how to make this stuff. Well, we're going into a different time and a different world now. Literally. If they're going to be changing our food and everything, we're going into a different world. It's going to be very different. 10 years from now, it's going to be a whole different ballpark that we're playing in. Next cold front, yeah. There you go, Dolly. That's a good idea, actually. Yeah, I make mine every week because it's just easy. We take the meat off and then we throw the carcass on the back of the stove and just let it go for a while. Right, Cowboy? You're happy with the arrangement, aren't you? You're getting chicken every single doggone day. Chicken's your favorite. Chicken and turkey. He loves bird meat. What are you looking at, baby? What do you see? He sees something. Something's in the room. Someone's in the room. Who's in the room, baby? I don't see him. I feel him, but I don't see him. They're guides, though, right? I can tell they're all guides. They're not anybody bad. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me get you in. Hang on. There you go. You're on. Speak. I can't hear you. You got to unmute yourself. Because I did not mute you. Oh, doggone. Yeah, you need a mic. Sorry. Yeah, no external mic. Yeah. There you are. There's Jason. Y'all have never seen Jason. There he is. Not the Jason that was in here earlier, but this is another Jason. So, anybody else got any questions? Anybody else got any answers? Anybody else got anything? Yeah, not that Jason. The other Jason. The Jason that I hang out with sometimes. My friend from way back. Way back in the old hood. Yeah, we knew each other back in the hood. It was as close to a hood as Kent has. Not a good area of town. There are people who say that Kent doesn't have any bad areas of town. I beg to disagree. Actually, there's two. There's one on Lake Street too. Wherever poor people hang out, that's where your areas are like that. Unfortunately, it's where poor people end up. It's where the low income housing is. That's wherever that is.
How about now?
Now I
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me now?
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Okay, I got a headset.
Okay. What do you have for us, bro?
I was
Oh,
looking at the solar eclipse, and 153 years ago, there was this exact solar eclipse with the planets that were in line.
yeah. This exact one, but we ain't having a total eclipse this time.
Well, just the planets are lining up the same way it was, and there was a serious.
Yeah. It's the revolution. The revolution, our own American Revolution. And we will be 150 years old next year as a nation. You're popping and clicking.
Okay, let's see here. I can put the information.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Seems like history repeating itself. Strange enough.
Yeah, well, we're going in a spiral now, though, so it won't be exactly a repeat. It'll be something similar, but another revolution up. Because we're on the ascension path again now. We've been taken out of the how would I say it, the loop. We've been taken out of the closed loop. We're going off the wheel under the ascension path, which means we're going to be moving up. It's going to be a different kind of revolution. And Cowboy has a lot to say about it.
This is
So what else is there? What's on your mind? What else? What do you have to tell us about it?
well,
You,
all the things in the event had to do with anomalies, like with the presidency and the dictatorship and the revolution. I have the
you
exact
mean
date.
like Zelensky, the dictator? Well, he's going to be out of the picture pretty soon. He's not gonna last very much longer. I don't think so.
So March 4th, Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated as 16th president.
Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln opens government printing office. Provisionary Confederate Congress establishes Confederate Army.
Mm-hmm.
St. Augustine, Florida surrenders to Union armies. The 23rd Grand Joseph Kendall wins abroad. Let's see, March. There's March. Let's go up to April 3rd. That's more recent. Federals abandon Fort Quinton, Texas. Georgia seized by Confederacy. The Civil War. Massachusetts Institute Technology. William Baron Rogers. Private land grant in Cambridge.
Remember, we were declaring our freedom. You realize that just today, Trump called it Liberation Day. You realize that?
Mm-hmm.
Trump was calling today Liberation Day. I think they're going to try and make it a national holiday. Mm-hmm. Interesting, isn't it?
Abraham Lincoln outlaws business with Confederate states, the Civil War. Indianapolis, Texas, Star of the West Confederacy. Virginia succeeds in the Union. April 19th, Baltimore riots. 4
Oh,
soldiers.
that's right. It's the Civil War that's been a repeat. You're right. You know what else? The way the planets lined up for my birthday this year, it was the way they were almost exactly when I was born. So I was getting to say, look at this. He's going to watch. This is what I get for being a good cat mom. You're going to chew on my finger. Anyway, there's your dose of kitty cuteness right there. Sweet little boy. Anyway, here I am again. For those of y'all who are fans of baby cake. So, somebody say something. I think my chat's frozen.
New York City mayor proposes New York become a free city, trading with the North and the South.
Trading with the North and the South. Interesting that he's making trade deals right now. He's got the tariff idea. You know that we were on the tariff system a long time ago, back at that time, right? We did not have income tax.
But now it's with Canada, not New York.
Yeah. Well, Canada did belong to England, you know. They don't now, but they did. They still have very close ties with England. Oh, turn off your YouTube. It'll help. Ben says, turn off your YouTube. Yeah, I
Okay.
forgot to tell you that. It makes a noise in the back.
Okay, YouTube's off.
Okay, yeah,
I
that
just got StreamYard open. That might help.
that's good. No, it's okay.
The
Okay.
lighting kind of sucks in here. I'm working on the lighting.
France owns Canada. France owns Canada? Who says France owns Canada now? Really? I know that there's dispute about Canada. That as we look into Canada's past, there's all kinds of disputes as to actually who owns Canada. And it's not just that, but if that's another one, that's just add another one on the fire. Canada is being disputed. Go figure. It's weird times. It's just weird times, man. And all that's going to get hashed out. probably because of the way things are. Okay, so anyway, in this country, we're having another revolution, and yes, we are. Pluto came through and dug up a bunch of dirt. Just like I told you, Pluto's a cosmic steam shovel, right? Digging up all kinds of dirt, bringing everything to light. Yeah, Alberta wants to join the U.S. I heard that too, because Alberta is really a lot like Texas, oil country, and they actually have similar values. Yeah, I heard that. There are some parts, some provinces that are actually thinking they might want to be part of the United States, actually, might secede. I heard that. Oh, maybe their civil war. Because they're on the same continent here. Do you think maybe we could end up involved in their civil war because we're like right next to them, sitting here right next to them? Wow, wouldn't that be something? That would be something. Wow. What do you guys think about that? Thanks for coming up with that. Right. If it stops the fentanyl flow, it's a good thing. That's right. Whatever stops the fentanyl. Too many people dying of fentanyl. Do you know millions of people died of fentanyl? Millions. It's killed millions. Just because of the fucking leaky border. China's shipping in shitloads of fentanyl through the leaky border. Yeah. You know what? That should be considered a Holocaust on the American people. I think that could rightly be considered a Holocaust. Even though they walked into it themselves. Although some people got on the fentanyl from their doctor, from having an operation or something, and they get it from. I was on fentanyl. One of my doctors gave me fentanyl for my pain for a while. So I got off of it myself. I said, I don't want any more of it. I don't want anything to do with it. I got myself off it because I knew it was going to kill me in the end. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had the patch too, Dolly. They gave me the patch. There were people who wanted the patch right off my arm. Yep. Afghanistan. Yeah, Jason, you're right. Jason H. Fence spiked when we lost in Afghanistan. Yep. Then they got emboldened. See, they got emboldened because they knew we had a weak leader that wasn't going to do anything, wasn't going to do shit about it. So they ran with it, didn't they? They took it. They just took the ball and ran with it. So there's Elderberry. Hey, Elderberry, what's up? Man, you missed a good show. BPD was on and asking all kinds of really good questions. So what else you got for us, Jason? Anything? What's your opinion?
Yeah, when I think of it, I think of the Boston Tea Party and when we had tariffs and they were destroying the product so they couldn't resell it. It seems a lot.
Yeah,
like
so we couldn't be taxed for it.
Same with the booze, though. We want our booze. Damn it, we don't have to pay more for our booze.
We can make
They're winning.
booze. We can make all that shit. There is nothing Canada provides us with that we can't provide for ourselves. So.
That may be true.
Now, he has eased up on the lumber so that the housing can still go on. He found a loophole to ease up on the lumber. So the lumber will not be more expensive to make new homes.
We need more ships. That's how we're gonna sail, right? Ships, lumber.
I'm not sure what you mean. But
we're gonna have to have more ports. We're gonna have to open a big port in Canada. We're gonna have to build our own ships. We never used to build
Canada is like right next to us. We don't really need to do much to open up to Canada. They're right next to us. We don't need a port for Canada, for imports from Canada. We need a port for almost everywhere else. We don't need it for Mexico or Canada. We can do things entirely over land because they're right next to us. So, but we're going to need lumber for the housing shortage that we have right now to get rid of the homeless problem. And people were worried about that. And I just heard about that today. I just listened to that today. He found a way to where it's going to be waived when it comes to, for a while, until America can get up and start to provide our own lumber. All of our own lumber. And then once we have that going, then we'll have to go back to the drawing board.
So the total solar eclipse is supposed to be April 8th, is when the moon blocks the sunlight completely. So that's another 4 or 5 days away.
Wait a minute.
Or
let me check something here.
Annual solar eclipse was October 14th. Total solar eclipse is April 8th.
Okay.
That's 5 days from now.
We're out of eclipse season now.
So that most recent.
Okay, I'm looking at the eclipse map right now. But the eclipse...
NASA site says April 8th is when it's supposed to be total solar eclipse. And that's when it goes back to the 153 years
ago. Let me try and find that.
So just science.
Okay, because it was saying the maximum, the partial eclipse was March 29 at 8:50 here on Worldwide Timeline for 2025. You sure you're on the right year? The next solar eclipse will be on September 21st, 2025. And it'll only be partial.
NASA site says April 8th. On nasa.gov, it says April 8th.
And that isn't what this site says. And this is time and date.
I thought
this
NASA
is time and date. Okay, let me see if I can find NASA and see what it says. Okay.
NASA.
Dear. Okay, dear, it was 2024. It's right here, 2024. Look at the year.
Yep, that one's different. Okay.
Ravenna, Ohio eclipse viewing information for the Great North American Eclipse of April 8, 2024 last year. See, I thought I remembered. Last year was total eclipse. Already had it. Last year. Remember that? And now we're only going to have partial ones for a while.
So Mars aligned with another planet. Let's see what that was.
Venus.
Yeah, Mars and Venus. And the only other time that happened was 153 years ago.
Actually, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Pluto, all were in a line, which is very unusual. I think
28 solar
Saturn might have aligned too, even for a while. So, yeah, we had a very unusual planetary lineup this year.
energies too.
So basically, we only have a partial eclipse, and we had it already in March. So we're not going to have another one until September. So it's okay. They do that. They don't. If you don't look carefully, they'll give you the wrong year. I know because I've tried to look up things before. And it gives you a view of the partial solar eclipse in March 2025, what it looked like. So you can actually go in and see what that looked like. Virgo lunar eclipse, yeah, it was in Virgo, which is a fertile sign. So that means that this eclipse is activating something to do with the earth, with growth, with
They say the solar power grid operators are prepared for this event and have plans to maintain grid stability. Does that have to do with AI and just to ensure reliable power?
You mean right now?
Yeah,
Well,
the
I
solar
know that
eclipse
we've got
is
all kinds of solar stuff happening with our sun that could interfere with our grid. Yeah. I know that we've got that going on. The solar rays are, and the energies, the energies coming in from the cosmos are like huge, and they're giving everybody symptoms. Even people who don't know they have, they don't know what's wrong with them, but they're getting symptoms.
Temporary drops in temperatures in the path of totality and disruption of circulation rhythms due to change in light patterns.
Well, we had that last year.
Heightened awareness. Yeah.
We had that last year. The temperature did actually drop. I was there. I was outside doing a show during that total eclipse, and the temperature did drop. And then the pattern on the ground from the leaves got weird. That always happens in a total eclipse. You get double shadows. That was last year. But yeah, we've got huge energies coming in, and from the alignment, the planetary alignment, we got a lot going on the Earth right now. That's why we've got all of these storms coming up. Every time we have eclipse season, we have a lot of storms. So I let me see, I gotta see what people are saying. BPD is saying good night, BPD. Good night, Ben. He wants me to call him Ben because that is his name. And so anyway, I looked at that. Now I'm going to go back to y'all. So, okay. Yeah, the week leader was giving the Taliban 80 million a week. I know, BPD. I know, Ben. You're right. Biden was giving away the whole candy store. I know. And they're finding out just how much damage was done. Ken, how you doing? Good day. Ken's Caravan Life. He's from Australia. Ken, you want to come on a bit? Come on, Jason's up here. You got to meet him. You need to meet Jason. Come on now. There you go. Come on, let us know what's going on down in Australia. So you're really feeling The energies, Jason. I know one of the things that's been happening to you lately, you have been developing, I forget what the name is called, but you're feeling stones now, feeling the energies of the stones. You can now feel the energies of the stones, and that's been developing for you. Correct?
Yeah, and there's more dreams and stuff, more vivid. When I wake up, I can remember things that I dreamt about. That
You
normally
take
doesn't happen
enormous
to my
still?
body. I did colloidal silver. I did detox. I tried mushrooms, the organic kind, of course, adaptogenic,
Good.
the healthy kind, grown in a
Yeah,
lab,
you're cleaning yourself out
not
so that you
trippy.
can. That's why you're. That's why you're getting all these effects. Is because you've
Probably
been working on yourself. I know.
something
See,
like.
you guys. I mean, there's an example right there. Is Jason has started that, uh, getting into this now, and because he's been cleaning his system out, he's able to feel the energies of the stones. He's getting more vivid dreams. He's actually, your pineal gland is waking up, Jason. Congratulations, you're decalcifying your pineal gland.
Good
And there's
organic teas
way
too.
more. Yeah, and there's way more coming for you. Way more. You're going to have some very interesting time. Oh, you're giggling about the idea of having reindeer. You're going to have a reindeer that purrs with its head on your lap. It'll be a lap deer. Are you going to have a lap deer instead of a lap dog?
Check out this website here and get some tea. I got some of these teas from them.
Okay, and what kind of tea is it again?
This is 1001 Nights. This has got lemongrass. It's got apples, carrots, bean pods, blackberry leaves, linden, rose pearls, marigold.
Is
That's
it the
one.
stuff that you were giving me, that you gave me?
It's a website. No, I just got these today, and then I got the organic sage detox, and
Cool.
that's got sage, apple, lemon, beetroot, chamomile, balm. Then I got organic dandelion root. That's
So
got.
you are going wild with the supplements, bro. Is that what I'm
Then I
hearing?
got this. It was pure lemongrass. I heard this is really good. I haven't tried it yet. And then
Wow.
the system, it's Inchi elderberries and root. This is from Germany. The other one's
The
from
elderberry is really good
Croatia.
to keep you from disease.
Then I got Germany. This is from Germany. This
Mhm.
one is Albania. This is
You'll find the things that will
dandelion.
fall for you. I'm
1001
glad.
Nights. That was from Germany.
Don't forget to take your colloidal silver. I'm hearing that colloidal silver is going to be really important.
Organic Egyptian chamomile from Egypt. This is a
That
rare thing
sounds
to find.
good.
I
That's
can't
a
wait.
sleep remedy. That's to help you sleep well.
And then
That's
I
what
got the
chamomile is.
organic sage detox with
And
lemon and
chamomile is delicious, actually.
marigold, marshmallow, blossom, salt flower, tangerine, blackberry leaves, lemon, balm,
Oh,
chamomile.
look at Lewis. He's just got this dream of going and moving in with the Sami Indians and marrying and having his
Good
own
stuff.
little world in Lapland. Shaga and lion's mane. Oh yeah. Yeah, everybody is saying I hope you got some shaga and lion's mane among your supplements. I
I
have.
got lion's mane.
Guess what, you
Come up with
guys?
some of my tea.
I'm going to be growing lion's mane. Yes, I am. I'm ordering lion's mane. You can order packets to grow lion's mane now. All you got to do is water it and keep it watered. That's it. It's already in the substrate and everything. You can go right on Amazon or Temu and get lion's mane mushroom spores in the substrate. And I'm going to do it. And I will have all of the. Okay. Hang on, Ken. Let's get you up here.
Hey,
Hey,
hello, Dave.
good day.
I've got me avatars a beagle finding the Ark of the Covenant.
Oh, there you go. Hey, Jason, how do you feel about the? Oh, he's gone. How
I'm
do you
here.
feel about? How do y'all feel about the Ark of the Covenant? We checked.
I don't know. I don't think they can ever find it myself, but I could be wrong. Hi, Jason. G'day.
Hey,
I'm from down under. If you believe in a ball, but yeah, I'm meant to be down upside down and all
You
crazy.
do a lot of
it
clicks, chicken.
said
So
Ethiopian Ark of the Covenant and Axiom, kept underground of the treasury near the Church of Our Lady of Mary of Zion, remains in a claim that not verified fact. The CIA released secret documents on it. Let's see. It said to
we
be in
got
the
last
treasury.
night that there's more than one Ark of the Covenant. How about them apples?
The fact
Where
they
Not
did.
last night, but last time I was on, I got psychically there's
replicas,
more than one Ark of the Covenant. There were
there are
several.
psychic viewings. There are several psychic viewings. Where is Our Lady Mary of Zion Church? Ethiopian Orthodox.
Ethiopian Orthodox. You know what? Ethiopia has the oldest Bible. The oldest
Tuahito.
They
Bible.
did say it was Ethiopia at one stage. I remember that.
Yeah.
But it's funny how they
Tuahito.
did. Indiana Jones. Film. They had it at the end that the government had the ark, and they put it in some big warehouse, all hidden amongst thousands of other boxes, and now they're more or less saying that's the script, that's real. I don't know.
Well, actually, there's reality. Like I said, if there's more than one,
To
and
be
it turns out
unified.
what I got psychically was it's a device. It's a ET device. Okay, remember, all of these are cargo cults. You know what I mean, Ken, right?
Cargo cults.
Yeah.
What, the archaeologists, you mean? Like,
Well, the cargo cults are like when the U.S. landed on this island, this primitive island, and everything came in on a cargo plane. And
oh,
after the U.S. left, they still worshipped the cargo plane and, everything, and they had a whole religion spring up
oh,
from.
I hadn't heard about that. But like the gods must be crazy with the Coke bottle.
Yeah, something like that. And so they actually literally try to recreate, because back during the days of the United States being there, they had the cargo coming in and they had all this good stuff coming in from the States. And then when they left, they just left them there and they can't get it anymore. So they recreate in their ceremonies, they recreate even to making themselves U.S. uniforms. And they even built a facsimile of a plane. So it's
It's like
really wild.
they still believed the Queen of England, like somewhere in around Papua New Guinea, they believe the Queen of England and Prince Charles were gods, and they still have this worship of the Queen and King and the Prince. It's now he's a king, but yeah, to this day they still think the white gods. And they visited back in the 60s, I think it was.
Yeah, and some people are still
Holy
worshiping
Trinity.
Anunnaki, you know? They're still
There's a
worshiping
Holy
Anunnaki.
Trinity.
Lord
Supposed
of
to
the
join
Flies.
Christians together.
Hi, Dolly. No,
Yeah.
I just went for a walk earlier today. It was a nice, mild, sunny day. And took me dog down to the lake here. We got a lake system that goes for 100 miles, and our lake is Lake Victoria. It's called after Queen Victoria, of course. And yeah, there's this big fish die off all of a sudden. All these fish are washing onto the shore of the lakes. Flathead,
Wow.
perch, mullet, all these different fish, and
So you've been having
seagulls
lakes, right?
having a. Yeah. It happened 2 years ago too, and they reckon it's no oxygen, not enough oxygen in the water. And we've
Oh,
still got the swans there. These black swans are still looking healthy, and the seagulls are eating all the dead fish on the shore. And
they're getting fat.
yeah, it's pretty full on because a couple of years back there were dead birds, ocean birds on the beach. Not the lakes here, the beach. I'm on a peninsula on the coast. So I've got the ocean on one side and the lakes on the other. And yeah, we had dolphins in the lake a few weeks back. They were all swimming around in pods and having a ball. And
Dolphins in the lake?
yeah, it's a saltwater lake, so the dolphins come in and sharks. But
Really? Wow.
we've had them here for a couple of months, and then they pissed off. Took off about 2 weeks ago, and suddenly all the fish started dying. So it's amazing how the dolphins knew to get out of there before, not enough
Yeah,
oxygen.
they got out of
Whatever.
dive for all that, right?
I've put on the notice board on Facebook, maybe it's chemicals or maybe it's the spraying we constantly get on the sky might be poisoning the water, or I don't know. There's an extra green algae getting around in people's water lately, like a higher
Yeah, it could be some
than usual level. Yeah. So, what can you do? You just got to put up this chemical kingdom we live in. And,
well, I hope you guys
combat it.
find your way out of it at some point.
I've got to get the colloidal silver you're just talking about.
Absolutely.
There's a health shop in the main city nearby, and well, it's not a big city, but we call it the city.
I just get mine off Amazon.
I live about 3 hours from Melbourne, so I'm in the country. Best place to live during that 4 years ridiculousness. But so hey, but
they get the red tide there. It kills the fish and stuff. They get the red tide.
Yeah, we had that a few years.
Yeah.
We had that about 10 years ago. There's this red algae turning up in the rivers and the lakes as well. I watch all this stuff closely.
It kills everything.
Yeah. Yeah, when there's lots of algae, there's something wrong with the ecosystem,
Yeah.
It's not good.
By the way, Elderberry, yeah, Ethiopia is said to have the oldest and most complete version of the Bible. The King James Bible is actually a pretty bastardized version of the Bible. The Ethiopian Bible is closer to the original source.
I've got a book they claim was taken out of the Bible canon, like a few other books, but I sort of read the Book of Thomas, the Gospel of Thomas.
Book of Mary, Book of Judas, and the Jubilees.
But I don't think it's part of the Bible canon. It's, there's some good wise words and stuff in it, but it's not written like any. It's just written.
The Catholics threw it out, but who cares what the Catholics think? I don't.
Yeah, the Catholics have so much hidden shit. They're evil.
Had everything good. They had all the good stuff. I'm convinced. They got so much underneath their feet in the Vatican. There's so much knowledge. They're not letting us know. They know a lot more than they're letting on.
Yeah, well,
Shit.
they've got they claim. I mean, all these wars they've gathered artifacts up from these ancient cities that they destroyed, and they get all their treasures, and they probably hide them in the Vatican below. A
And
lot of
then why
times.
let anybody see them? What does that
Yeah.
sound?
Why are
Why
they
do
the only ones?
people see them?
Well, they were the only ones that are allowed to read the Bible for how many hundreds of years?
Right, right. And
And
when it goes
interpret
to the
it.
middleman, you know what that means. That means they don't want you to see something.
No.
There's something they want you to
It's like those other people who say they're the chosen.
Mhm.
There's a lot they're not telling us, and they don't even believe in God. Really, most in Israel, at least 80% are atheists. They don't even believe in God. So they well, they killed their own Messiah, and suffering for it ever since, I think. But
Actually, Rome killed him, but
oh no, Judas. I mean, Iscariot. He washed his hands of the event. He left it up to the religious leaders.
oh, not Judas. You're talking about.
Iscariot.
No, he's the disciple.
No, Pontius Pilate, wasn't it?
Pontius Pilate. Yeah,
Yeah, Pontus. That's it.
Pontius
Yeah,
Pilate.
he found no sin with this man, so he said, "I'll leave it up to you. I've got another guy here, Barnabas. So it's up to you, scribes and Pharisees." And
Right.
they couldn't handle that truth, and they didn't like it when Jesus said, "You are from your father, the devil." So kill Jesus, free Barnabas, and it's been like that for the last 1,000 years. Oh, that's right. There's meant to be 1,000 years, but in
Couple
between,
of
I don't know about history anymore.
Well, the Vatican added 1,000 years, so yeah, it's only been 1,000 or so.
Well, I've been saying that for like 5, 6, maybe 7 years. I come up with a theory that things are going so crazy now. Maybe we already did have our 1,000 years peace in the Renaissance time and before that, and Tartary or whatever. And now the devil's out for the small season. Who knows? History's just not what they told us. That's all. I don't
Whatever,
trust.
whatever
Yeah.
the truth is, history is definitely not what they told us.
No, it's like the buildings in Melbourne. Just Melbourne was built in 1840, and by 1880 it was finished. And these ancient cathedrals, let alone these other buildings, there's this. They're magnificent. They look at least 1,000 years old, 800 maybe.
You know what? Dolly actually says something here. She says the only libraries seem to be destroyed in all the old world building fires. Isn't that interesting? They don't want us to have knowledge. Obviously, there is some knowledge that
Yeah,
somebody doesn't want us to have.
and during a war they never bombed the actual government house, the parliament, whatever place, whatever country. They never bomb, or maybe Germany. I can't remember, but that would be the exception. But yeah, America's White House never got bombed or struck. Yeah. But yeah, Trump's not happy with our prime minister. He's the biggest cucky lefty you could ever have running a country. He's terrible. He's all for.
That's what I
Well,
hear.
he's all for the corporations, Let's just put it that way. And the greenies and all for the wokeness, and he talks like this. And
Dear.
yeah, he just he come out a while back when Trump, that time when Zelensky was scabbing to Trump, oh please, more money. Could I have more, sir?
Right.
And
The little
yeah,
one
Anthony Albanese got up.
knocked off the teeth, right? The big old teeth of the USA.
It was
What
great.
about him left, right? He was
But
drinking all
our
that
prime
good
minister,
taxpayer money.
our prime minister gets up just after that saying, "We do not stand with what Donald Trump said. We stand. I speak on behalf of all Australians when I say we stand with Ukraine, and I've had good talks with Zelensky, and that just destroyed all our relationship with America. Just that speech alone, he's still going on and on about how bad Trump is, and not
How
winning any kudos. He
long?
doesn't speak on behalf of all Australians, that's for sure. Everyone hates him.
Well, Zelensky is 1 year over his term, for one thing, and he shut down elections, and he's forcibly conscripting people and to throw into his meat grinder war, and he's trying to suck even more money out of America, even though we've given him
I already
billions.
did a term earlier, but it was in a comedy sitcom where he played an average guy becomes a prime minister of a country.
Right, and they voted for him because of that. I know the story of that. They
That's
voted for him
crazy
because
shit.
he acted.
Sorry, Jason. So whereabouts are you from, Jason? What part of? You're in Canada, aren't you? Hey, is that
No,
right? Oh,
Jason's here in Ohio with me.
oh, right, Ohio, where they're going to have the new state fair. Wow.
Right, where the vice president comes from and where all the weird shit happens.
So
Where the
does
weirdest
it
states
look
of
like
the union. We have hot and cold running paranormal events here all the time
it's on a landline area, sort of
on a ley line. Yeah.
ley line? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're on a major ley line. We got the Great Lakes Triangle right up north of us. We're right on the edge of it. We
Mm-mm.
got Indian mounds all over the place.
Wow.
We got Bigfoot. We got Dogman. We got everything.
Yeah, dog
We got
man. I've always
UFOs.
been fascinated by dog man.
We got
We don't
everything here.
we don't have dog man here. We got more or less the Bigfoot, the Yowie,
Hmm.
hairy man. Exactly the same descriptions as Sasquatch and Sam Squanch, as they
Probably
say.
the same species.
Oh yeah, they must because they're detailed so much the same. All
Yeah.
the ones Himalayas and
Yeah, there's a type of Sasquatch all over the world. Yeah.
and
There's a
we got
type
the
of
little ones
Bigfoot
here.
everywhere.
We got the little hairy man, they call them here. They got all different names around Australia, but in my area they call them knack-knacks, and they say they're much worse than the yowies. Yowies won't actually hurt you, but the knack-knacks will give you big trouble if you notice them. Yeah. I met an indigenous guy. Well, the whole area's full of them, but
Well,
yeah,
everybody's.
I knew this local here, and he told me all about it. How he said the last thing you'd ever do is photograph them. They'd kill you if you try to photograph them or something. Yeah, he says the savage little critters. But I've seen I've seen footage people have taken that. I don't know if they're real or not, but they look pretty real. These things can climb up a tree in seconds, and you don't know they're there. But
Oh.
uh,
See that Lewis is saying the Yowies have the brown hair,
oh yeah,
whereas
brown, sometimes black,
the
gingerish
Winchesters
sometimes.
are black. More often to have black around here.
No, the Yowies have, they go from black to brown, dark brownish to almost a ginger, but not real ginger, but depends on, like, if you're in
Is it
Queensland, it's
because
probably lighter for if they're living down here. They've got a tunnel system they escape to, apparently, the Indigenous friends say, but
the indigenous say that they got it? Yeah, that makes sense.
when the bushfires are happening, they go into the caves or. Because
Well,
I know a lot of areas around here.
under everything, under every damn place. It seems like every other day we're hearing about
Oh,
underground tunnels under something.
there's always these rats coming out of tunnels in New York where then they cover them up and stuff.
We
No,
did.
I mean, every city under America seems to have some tunnel system. Same in Australia. Melbourne's got it too. Sydney, all the major cities.
You
Who
know,
knows?
one of the tunnel systems in Akron, right down the road here.
Yeah.
I worked in there. I worked under and it's a major corporation too, building BF Goodrich. Underneath where they have underground several levels. And I was a mail girl and I had to deliver mail. And let me tell you, those underground levels are scary as heck.
They're like back rooms or something. You know, the back rooms.
Creepy.
Yeah.
I was too sensitive to work that job forever. And I know somebody else in this building that had the same job, and he said the same thing. It was too creepy for him to work in those tunnels.
I've heard they got cities under the, cities. And someone's saying that, why do you think celebrities never get stuck in traffic? Because they have their own roads underground they take, They don't need to worry about getting stuck in traffic in a.
That's what they say. I don't know about that, but I guess it could happen. I guess it could be. I mean, it's like I'm to the point where there could be all kinds of things going on that we're not getting told about. They don't tell us anything.
Well, the centre of Australia has been ran by America since the 40s, and it's all fenced up. You can't even get to see most of the real outback central parts of Australia. It's all just zoned off. And they've got all these bases everywhere, and who knows what they're doing. But
wow,
I've heard the strange noises here in this area, and I reckon it's like a scraping sound. It's the weirdest thing. I've heard it twice.
You mean
last time was
machine noises?
I filmed the last time, but the time before that, it felt like the ground was almost vibrating, and I was thinking maybe it's an underground drilling machine or something.
You know what? I bet it is.
And we got an army, we got an Air Force base nearby and a major gas plant.
Oh, well, if you've got an Air Force base nearby, sweetheart, you've definitely got something going on underground.
Yeah.
It's under all of them.
And this is where all the oil comes from. We've got oil rigs just off the shore here, 5, 6, 7, 5 miles out, 7 miles out, 15 and 20, and I can see 3 oil rigs. Well, I used to be able to when my eyes were good. Yeah, the one I could see was 15 miles out. I shouldn't be able to see it. I don't know. Just thought I'd chuck in a bit of that flat plane stuff.
Oh, no, I didn't see that. Dolly says latest thing from Roger, he's saying that there are giant lungs beneath the Giza pyramid.
Lungs.
The lungs, I have not heard that one. That's a totally way off the wall new one, but you know what? I wouldn't put it past Roger to come up with that.
Yeah, I've heard about the giants, those caves and that are actually insides of giants.
Yeah. Now that is the weird
giants.
When you look at something like Womb Cave and try to tell me that was just carved by the wind and the water, and it just happens to accidentally look exactly like a vagina and a womb and all of the internals and all. When you tell me that bullshit right there, I know you have been totally hypnotized. How could we ever look at we don't have anything like that around here. How could you ever look at anything like
I
that?
always believed there were giants. Ever since I was young, when I was young, I had a fear of giants.
I mean, only pareidolia, honey. That thing's got a cervix.
Where's this? Which place is this?
M cave.
The N cave. The M cave.
Womb. A
The
womb.
oh,
Like a
womb
woman's
cave.
womb. And it is
Whereabouts is
open,
that?
and you can walk in. You can walk in and touch the cervix. Women who wish to conceive go in and touch the cervix in order to have
What
hope they will conceive.
is that in Ohio?
No,
Oh,
I forget where it is. It's in Europe somewhere. But they've got several of these womb caves. But that is the major one, and they've got others that are similar to that, but they're not. There's smaller ones.
mm.
That is the big one. And it's honestly, and you can go onto Roger's channel and see it. You can go onto Mud Fossil University and see that. And then there's other things that are the 100%. They've got to be. Uh, Heck, I have pictures from around the world of the mud flood. If you look up, all you have to do is Google mud flood,
Yeah.
and you will find hundreds and hundreds of pictures, maybe in the thousands by now. There's a
Like
clip exactly like a mastodon. It looks exactly like a mastodon because it probably is a fossilized mastodon. They've got people. They've got stuff that look like people. They've got stuff that look even. They've got an island with teeth, huge giant teeth. It looks like a face with teeth. And I'm like, every time I look at it, I go, how could you look at that and not see that it's a fossilized corpse?
I've seen islands that look like elephants or people, or it's amazing.
Yes, it's absolutely got to be a fossilized corpse.
I used to think, oh, they couldn't have been that high, like they say they were.
It couldn't have
Hundreds.
been that huge. It's mind-boggling that there was ever anything that huge, but they were. But
But
then
we
it
heard they were hundreds of feet
says,
high. I
says
don't.
the original Adamu was so many L's high, he would be like a couple miles tall.
Mm-hmm.
So if that is the truth, then they were way taller back then. Way taller, like way taller. You know? So and if that's so, well then that could be their corpses. So really, and the bowels of the earth really are bowels then. You see, we use those terms. We use mountain face, bowels of the earth for those tunnels. We use a vein, gold vein, silver vein, copper vein. They're veins. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
For sure.
So maybe that harkens back to when people still knew that. Because they talk about the Titans. Titans were huge. And they talk about the Nephilim in the Bible being huge.
Yeah. They were like grasshoppers to them.
Yeah, the huge people existed at one time here. Because more than one source says so. Says that they existed, and everybody's going, oh, that's just fairy tale. Oh, yeah. Well, but you believe in an invisible guy that lives in the sky and wants you to drink his blood and eat his flesh at certain times. Yeah. And I mean, and I'm not trying to denigrate anybody's religion.
The Bible,
How
the Bible mentions a giant.
from the outside, how would it look from the outside to you? It would look crazy, but that's in the Bible about the giants.
Yeah, it's all through, the Genesis and all the the earlier testaments. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in everybody's history. It's in the Hindu history. It's in the and the Hindus still have a lot of the history that we're missing.
And Solomon Islands, they still believe the giants live on on Solomon Island. There's areas they won't go to because they say they'll get eaten. I believe them. Why not?
That could be.
There's
And
some.
we have over here on this continent, we have Lovelock Cave, where the Indians had to trap the giants in the cave and set the cave on fire, the entrances on fire, and smoke them to death because they wouldn't stop eating humans.
That's why they used to, when you went up to them, they'd say, how? I mean, how many fingers do you have, You got 5 fingers or 6? Because if you got 6, even though you're small, you still might be part of that demonic clan.
Do you know that I did meet somebody that had 6 fingers, and it was somebody that worked where my ex-husband worked. He did have 6 fingers on each of them.
Was he ginger or?
Somebody like that. He was a black man.
Oh, right.
Yeah, go figure. I don't know. And that's quite amazing to me. And then there are people that have multiple rows of teeth. Well, guess what? The Anunnaki had that. Supposedly they had 2 double rows of teeth, and they found
I heard that somewhere. Yeah, sharks have 3, don't they?
Yeah. Isn't that bizarre? I mean, it's like, of course, yeah. There's stuff in the Bible. There's stuff in the Upanishads. There's stuff in everybody's lore all the way around the world. Why do people think it's just a fantasy? Everybody says
Epic of Gilgamesh. That's
yeah,
all about the giants. The Book of Enoch is all about the giants.
yes, it is.
I mean, it's just everywhere. It's
Babylon
worldwide.
Talks about giants. The Ethiopian stuff talks about it. Everybody talks about it.
Like people like Nimrod, who were seen as gods, they were probably giants too. Trying to build a big tower.
And those pictures of them being much bigger than the other people that were serving them, I think that was actual size. They try to say, oh, that's just an artistic thing to show they were more important. No, I don't think so. I think they really actually were that much bigger. Because
I totally believe there were, Doberman looking people and bird people and, cat people,
that definitely we
human
saw
race was being mingled because of the angels messing with the human genetics, and they were making half human, half animal creatures, like they're trying to do now.
Francis of Assisi was a dog man. Yes.
I think
in earlier texts, Francis of Assisi, and even there are pictures of him that were painted as a dog man.
Yeah, I did a show about St. Francis, being the dog man, and then he was turned human for some reason after all
They made him look more human to make him more acceptable. Yeah. But he was a dog man. He was definitely one of the
there's so many stories that he was a dog man. I mean, there's paintings of him looked like a Doberman.
It had had a head of a dog.
I'd follow that, son.
And then, I think it was Lewis and Clark, when they first got here, they ran into a tribe of dogmen that were much taller than they were, lived in a remote area, very peaceful, kept to themselves, didn't want anything to do with humans, and who can blame them? And were very good with animals. So... And they had the heads that looked like a dog. And I'm like, well, God, that's, how much more does it take, right? But we're so conditioned to just say everything's false, that doesn't go along with science. And the problem is, science is supposed to be about finding and exploring. It's not supposed to be about dogma and clamping down on your brain. It'll be nice when we get back to real science again. But
D. Woo Riders
wait a
backstage.
minute, what's up? Saint Francis was a werewolf. No, he was a dog man. It's different.
Woo Rider dogs backstage. Apparently.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody's backstage. Yes. Okay, hang on. I'll get you up here. Wait, dog, there. Yeah, I didn't see you. Sorry, honey. Where are you? Where'd you go?
Where you at, man? Hey,
Oh
Rubes.
dear, try again. Let me put the link out again for you. I'm sorry. I didn't see you. I was so engrossed in the conversation.
Yes. I've got a dog here that thinks he's a person.
Well, see,
Big
that's
Bruno.
That's just it. St. Francis wouldn't be. It wouldn't be a werewolf. He didn't turn from a person into a wolf.
No, he's the same.
That's a dog man genetically. Apparently, they're a species all to their own. Apparently, the dog men are actually a species like there are many species of humans, but and they're humanoid.
Poodle dog man. That'd be funny.
Boy, that'd be funny. Poodle dog. No, geez, don't even make me think about that. That's bizarre. No, they look more like. Actually, I've seen the drawing of Saint Francis of Assisi.
He's got floppy ears. Yeah, I've seen the painting. Yeah. There's a couple. Yeah. I haven't seen it in person, but I've seen it on, yeah, you look it up.
Right. It still exists. The paintings of him still exist. So
but
they haven't
sort of got away from it. They wanted to make you think he was just a normal person. But he used to.
Right, Lewis. He would be 8 to 10 feet tall. That is probably what's scaring them. They would be like around an average size of a dog man was 8-9 feet tall. Like the Sasquatch and everybody else. I mean, everybody was taller than us practically, except the little people.
In the outback, we've got red kangaroos that get to 9, 10, sometimes 11 foot tall. I've seen, yeah, they're gigantic. I saw one once. I come face to face with one once when I was out in the outback with some mates camping, and
oh my god,
the scariest thing I'd ever seen in my life. His claws were like grizzly claws, and the whole ground shook when he hopped up to me, and he just looked at me, and I go, "Hello, mate, how you going?" And he just sort of casually hopped off. Like, I reckon if I had a gun, he would have killed me, because a lot of hunters are in that area, you know. Like,
wow.
And he looked like he'd been around for a long time, and I never knew it. And you know, I know Indigenous people.
Hang on, I'm getting you, woo. Hang on, I'm taking care of you. There you are. You're on.
Hey, Woo Rider.
Come on in, Derek. To where the letter's fine.
How's it going?
Well, we're going good here. We got. Actually, I was not planning on being on late, but I am now because it's so interesting. I'm staying.
I was going to stream, but I thought I'll come on here for changing. Yeah.
So what you got to talk about, Woo?
I'm just here.
You got to turn off YouTube.
What's weird is though the StreamYard is like echoing and it's repeating everything y'all are saying.
Do you have Do you have the YouTube still on?
The audio.
You've got to close off your YouTube tab, and it'll stop. Usually,
I think so.
Or just mute the sound on YouTube. Yeah.
you'll get used to it. It
Okay, I
took me
think
a
that
while too to get used to it. To
I
coordinate.
couldn't hear an echo here, but
All right, that's better. That worked.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm a professional at this.
So, you're on top of a whole lot of things, Woo. What do you got for us?
No, nothing. I'm just chilling.
Oh, okay.
Desiree she has surgery this afternoon, so been trying to keep her in good spirits. She's never had surgery before, so she's a little nervous about it.
Oh, it's scary shit.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah.
I
I had
wouldn't want to have surgery. My God, I've decided I'm not having any surgery ever.
I had 3 operations last year. Hate it. I still got another one to go. Well, 2 more to go. I get terrified every time I go in.
It definitely sucks, but I mean, she has to have it because her fibia has been
I
broken
know.
for like.
For a leg.
Yeah, they're. I don't know exactly what they're gonna do. They're just repairing her fibia, so it's about an hour-long surgery.
My ankles shattered twice each, 3 times one on one side. My ankles were like fractured multiple times. One of the
Did you have to
reasons
go in
why.
for surgery?
So I understand it's pretty painful.
Yeah, I shattered my ankle. I got it caught in a tree root as I fell over a cliff, and it just tore off every tendon. Took just as long as a broken leg to, and then I broke me. What's the biggest bone in your leg? The fibia, is it?
Fibia. I don't remember.
There's 2. I get them mixed up. Anyway, I broke the biggest.
I broke one. Yeah, I broke my leg once too. Broke my right leg once.
8 months. That's right. Even then, took a while before it stopped hurting. But
I've been beat up a bit.
I used to get in a few fights, and I didn't always win, but I never backed down. And fighting giants isn't easy, big giant ginger people, and oh well, it's scary. But you take their legs out from under it.
It wouldn't be easy either. My God, those things can kick like a mule, worse than a mule.
They fall down like heavy as, you got to go for the legs. There's no other way to beat a giant. You got to take.
And they got those big old tails.
Yeah, I've seen a video. I saw a video where a guy, I'm sure y'all have too, but the kangaroo had a hold of the dog. So the guy went up and punched the kangaroo right in the face.
Yeah. Trying to drown the dog.
Oh, the kangaroos aren't as pussies as people think. No. Like, there's a big grey kangaroo in town here, and some lady was visiting her friend, and it was in her front yard, and the kangaroo jumped over the fence and ripped her stomach open. She had to be attacked her, and she had to be taken to hospital. She survived, but yeah, this kangaroo just didn't like this woman for some reason. It was weird. I know all the kangaroos.
I am glad I am not. Yeah, it really is an Aussie. Like,
it doesn't happen every day, though. That's like the first time I ever heard it happening in this town, because all the kangaroos are chill. They're used to people. They roam around the streets at night. They're next door here every second night.
I'm glad we don't have anything around here like that. We don't have anything like
just sort of a crazy.
States, we do have bears that'll do that, and we have cats that'll do that.
I think what's happened is a woman freaked out, and that makes the kangaroo confident if you act scared of it, and then he'll really go for you. But I've stood up to the big boys here, and they'll try to pout their chest out, but I won't back down either, and they normally okay, and they'll back down. I've got on video.
So make a show of strength, and you won't be a victim.
It's their legs you got to watch. You know. They can knock
Well,
you
thank you,
fine.
Zeus. The femur is the largest bone that carries blood in the leg. Cool.
Femur, yeah, that's the one. That's
Femur.
I get the fibia and femur, femur camps.
Yeah,
Uh,
Sasquatch can do that kind of thing if they want to, but they mostly don't. You know, really,
I've never heard of anyone getting killed by a yowie here, a Bigfoot. Our
no,
Bigfoot.
I've never heard of a Bigfoot death here, but then
Yeah,
again,
a lot of people getting scared by
I've
it,
never heard
chased.
of Bigfoot death up here. Although we've got them all over Ohio.
I've heard them before. Like I used to live in this real rural, remote area up in the mountains, and yeah, they used to play tricks on you. They'd make these sounds like they were bashing trees together. It was like, and then you track the sound down, and next minute it'd be on the other side of the valley, and it was like they were teleporting. I'd think I'd be right onto them, and then the sound would suddenly be somewhere else. Oh, I could never
We have
track
a
them
new
down
Florida.
properly, and they were playing tricks on me, you know.
They call them skunk apes down here.
Yeah.
Skunk apes. Yeah, I've heard that.
Just a different term, but supposedly, I've never seen one, but I've heard some weird, some weird calls, but they're a lot smaller in size, but they're more like aggressive.
That's what I hear is that they, although they seem to be a similar species all over the earth, they do have different temperaments, but they're not quite the same. Like ours up here are pretty chill, but the ones in other areas are not so chill. You really got to watch out for them.
I heard the
chill,
Yeti,
some of them are not.
the Yetis over there in Asia.
Yeah,
I've heard nothing but bad things about them. But why do you think? What's the purpose of that? Is it because are they like spiritual protectors over there of like monks and stuff? And if anyone comes in the territory, do you think that's why? Or
I don't know, but I sometimes wonder if that isn't the case with the dogmen. I really think sometimes that the dogmen are guarding something.
Yeah, cryptoids could be doing that too.
now they have the dogmen though that are natural, and then they supposedly have the dogmen from the
Military
Super
ones.
Bowl department. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And the military ones are the ones you'd want to be careful of because.
And I'm guessing what they probably did is they probably captured one, did some experiments on it, and then cloned it, and probably made them, more from that.
You want to know what I got on the Ark of the Covenant? I don't know. This was coming out of left field, but maybe I need to say this. What we got last time on last show, what was coming through to me was what is guarding the Arks of the Covenants? There's more than one. And what is guarding them is AI. There is some kind of machine. Some kind of machinery.
Yeah, it's been said
it's a pretty
like
powerful weapon. It wiped out 3,000, with just a death ray. I mean, it's pretty full on. Anyone touched it would die. And
well, obviously, it was a communication device. It was a weapon, and it was who knows what else.
Like it could do anything. Power a whole city, probably.
It's like in that movie Indiana Jones. They have soft disclosure in movies. Maybe it's also keeping entities inside that are bad. It could be. Possibly.
Yeah, the 10 Commandments are meant to be in there. The original rocks that God actually carved. Yeah, it's meant to be inside the Ark of the Covenant. The original 10 Commandments.
But we're in an age when these things are going to come to light now, I feel. I feel like we are going to get disclosure on many fronts.
I do too. I felt a real strong sense of that just the last few years, I feel. It says in the Bible, everything hidden shall be exposed, and they won't be able to hide, anymore.
Do you think it's going to come from?
Obvious.
Do you think it's going to come from war though? Like supposedly we're really close from attacking Iran. So like, do you think like World War III or some kind of big
Israel.
global?
Wait a minute.
Israel once Iran's out of the way, they got the Middle East more or less,
All right, so let's see.
Anyway, that's political.
Are you
But
ready?
spiritual.
Okay. Now I got the last time was a while back. I asked, "Are we going to be involved in a World War III?" And it said no. And it's saying no, we're not going to be involved then. But will there be a World War III? Yes, there will. But we won't be involved.
It'll be a different sort of world war.
It will be different. Are we already at war? Guess what? We're already at war. That's what I thought.
That's what
it's
I think.
Happening.
It's a slow kill war.
It's a internet war too. They do the cyber attacks and all that stuff. I'm just wondering
that one we are involved in, but we're not going to be involved in a hot war. We're going to be involved in a Cold War, undeclared Cold War, because we are involved in an undeclared Cold War. I've been getting that for a long, long time.
What YouTube's been doing is the last notification I got was 10 hours ago. It never shows me. I've got 200 subs, and it hardly ever shows me who's streaming, and it's like they purposely
in here
you from connecting.
It does.
Ben found out accident.
Sometimes you gotta unsubscribe, resubscribe, but no, they do. They block certain channels. Like the notifications won't come up for certain channels, and I really don't understand it. Some channels get blocked.
Shadow banned. I know I'm shadow. I know me and most of my friends are shadow banned.
I've had like 10 new subs, and yet my sub number sticks at the same number, 75. And yeah, I know there's like at least 10 people subbed in the last few months, and it just never goes up or down. Or
well, let me tell you something. When I first started, I came on. I counted 12 people talking in chat. It told me there were only 3.
Oh God, that's another trick they do. That's like, there's only 3 people watching that one. I won't go there.
Even though we had other people that were friends of mine that said, "Yeah, we were watching. We just weren't chatting."
Yeah, that's happening.
Trying to test me that there were only 3 people watching my show and chatting, when I know there were at least a dozen or more.
I've had the same thing happen. I've had 2 people on my stream and 1 in the chat, and it says there's only 1 watching, yet they're still there. It's like, what are you talking about?
Jason said in the comments, CIA documents that were released last week, they said that entities were guarding the Ark of the Covenant. That was from the classified remote viewing program in the 80s.
Yeah.
But they said that these entities were chosen specifically, and that if you weren't one of the people chosen to be close to them or close to the entities or whatever like that, they said they would kill whoever came close.
You know what I keep seeing? I keep seeing them I keep seeing something in my head when people talk about this.
Like the Garden of Eden, the 2 angels guarded the way back there with spinning swords, and it's probably the same with other things that are humans.
Have you heard of that guy?
Do you remember the Never Ending Story?
Yeah, really good movie. Yep.
Yeah.
You remember the 2 entities that were guarding the portal?
Yep.
I think it's like that. I think it's something akin to that.
That's definitely a movie that they shouldn't try to remake, but I'm sure they will.
Oh, I hope not.
All right. And Lewis wants to know, will there be nuclear weapons involved in the dirty war that Iran is probably going to get involved with? And yes, there will. Well, we're not going to be involved with it, but they're going to be. Is it going to be them or somebody else launching or both? That's the question. Do they have a bomb? Oh, yeah.
Don't know. I
Oh,
don't think they've got the bombs that they make out they have, but yeah.
that part of the world is, oh dear.
But they got weapons that can
think
just
so.
firebomb cities, just without the
You gotta think
radiation.
every day there's probably a possible attack or attack that's really close, and we just don't hear about it. They just don't put it on the news.
I
But
think
I mean,
so.
because there's people trying to come after us from every angle, and then they opened the borders up, and what, hundreds of thousands of people came through. So I mean, it's like, I don't think the purpose was just because of the election. I think because they're eventually planning on.
No,
They're
they were
definitely
going
going
to
to do
take
some kind of
over.
reset.
They were
What's
going to
that?
take over the country. There was a plan. There was an agenda. Woo.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen that movie Red Dawn, right?
Yeah. Great film.
With Pat, what is it? The original one was with
Patrick
Patrick
Swayze.
Swayze. Yeah.
Few
I
good
mean, I could
actors.
see something like that happening.
Yeah, 100%.
That's more or less, the Civil War sort. It's like a Civil War situation, except in that case it was South America or something, wasn't it? In the original Red Dawn film, I think it was Russians in the last one, but
Yep.
Well, the whole thing about this is maybe they just located it in a different place, but it could still be the same plot line. Kind of.
Oh, Jason,
Going back to
really, Jason? Wow, cool.
Jason, you should
going
be
back to
here.
the Ark. Hey, going back to the Ark of the Covenant. They said
Jason,
also.
tell us all this stuff. Yeah, Dolly, not until the knowledge is revealed, because
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep seeing something akin to those entities that were in the never-ending story. A little like that. And if that's so, then yeah, they could probably fuck somebody up really bad if they wanted to, because they would have different technology. You probably would have to be on a. I don't know where I'm getting this from. They can read somehow. They can read your intentions.
The never-ending story was like imagination was dying, and once it dies, there will be no more stories, so there won't be any world, in that world they're in. Sort of like a Matrix.
Oh my God! It was talking about the Matrix.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the kid who was reading the book.
If we were to get out of the Matrix, we would void. There is nothing. There is a void from which all things come, but which contains nothing.
And the darkness was swallowing everything up that was imagination.
Oh my goodness, they were telling us. And the only way we'd get back is by having an imagination, which is what he had.
Write our own story,
Right. We would have to write the story. We would have to create from absolutely nothing. But it's basically our imagination entirely. Yes,
You remember that movie?
exactly about the nature. It was another Matrix story. What do you know? I never thought of it that
Remember
way,
that
but
movie Free
yeah,
Guy?
that's what it
Did you
was.
see that movie? Did you see that movie Free Guy with
Oh yeah, that was funny. I loved it.
It's like they're inside like
A game.
they're like a game in a game, but they don't know that
They're
they're in the game.
NPCs.
Yeah, they're living their lives thinking that they're real people.
Yeah.
But then they find
And the
out
main
that they're
character,
not
he's an
real.
NPC. He wakes up all of a sudden. He decides to do something different.
Yep.
And
Oh,
he's
wow. Now, what's it called again?
Free Guy. It's a comedy, but it's
Free
you know,
Guy.
Free Guy.
I
Yeah.
never heard of it.
Oh no, it came out like 3 years ago. I've got it on my computer actually.
Damn, I want the link or something at some point.
Uh,
It's on Prime. All right, I'll look at it. I'll look for it, Jason.
yeah, it's a good film.
Wow, this has really been an amazing night
Uh,
so far. It's been. I hate to end it. We've been
yeah,
on 4 hours now. I've been on 4 hours, and I'm going to have to end it because
it's
I
pretty
got to
long.
get up
Yeah.
tomorrow. I got
Oh, another series worth checking out is Severance. Have anyone seen Severance? Oh wow, it's such an original story. It's brilliant. Yeah.
And they
Two
got that
seasons.
last thing real quick before you go. They got that Netflix series about aliens. It's called Three Body Problem.
Oh yes.
really.
It, it, it's basically about an alien race that's about 400 years away from coming to Earth.
Mm.
Um, anyway, they verified they're going to have three seasons, but it's pretty good. It may be a little woke, not too bad though. It's worth
Yeah.
watching though. It's called
I
Three
watched the
Body
first
Problem.
season. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ah, that sounds good. Okay, that
but
sounds
it's
like
like
something to look for.
these things that we talk about, and a lot of it's not speculation because people have real experiences, but it's
Right.
like they keep putting these series out, like they're throwing it in people's faces, like, look, this is what's going on, and you know,
Yeah, Ryan Reynolds. I think that was the guy
Absolutely.
he got.
Oh
Um,
my goodness. I
Severance is about these people who work for a government company, and when they clock on, their whole memory is only of their work time. So they're living two lives. They don't. Their real life doesn't remember their work life, and their
Yes,
work life
sure.
people don't know what their real life is, and they're in these departments going forever. They're like the back rooms. No one knows what each department's doing. It's all decompartmentalized.
Lewis is calling for 4 more hours of this.
I was going to do a
Lewis has
stream
got a lot of
soon on
Would
my
never be
backup
awake
channel.
for.
Lewis
Never
has still
be
got a
awake.
lot of energy.
Oh
He
my
missed
god.
the bus today.
Hey, Lewis, I was going to do a stream soon on my backup channel, Off the Grid with Koala Ken, me old channel that I've had for so many years, but I can't access it. I can just stream on it, but yeah, because I've got a strike and got to wait another week and a half before I can stream on my main channel. It's usual.
It's
One more
crazy what
strike,
they do
I'm
to
out.
people.
And you're always getting kicked off your own channel.
I got 2 strikes, one more, I'm out. But so next time I do a stream, it'll be about nothing woke or nothing unusual and nothing medical. Apparently, I was being a doctor or something, and I was giving out
It's bullshit though,
bad
because certain
scripts.
channels can say and do whatever they want, and it's
Oh
like,
yeah.
how are these channels allowed to do that? And it's because they bring YouTube a shitload of money. You know,
Yeah, if you're making enough money, then you can do anything you want, right?
it's either that, and I'm not going to get political, but if you're more on the left side, you don't get fucked with. That's just from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Get special privileges.
Yeah, you get privileges.
Special.
But I'm waiting for someone
I
to buy
noticed the
YouTube.
same thing. Probably if
Like,
I was a wokey brokey, I would be fine. I would not have any problem.
yeah, like that dude who sold Twitter. Like, you know why he sold Twitter? Because what he did in 2020, he was a part of that. Nothing happened to him. He should have got arrested. But someone needs to buy YouTube that will actually allow, free speech. And, some things aren't cool, but, to get booted for
What?
stupid shit, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Something
Oh.
needs to happen with YouTube. Yeah, I agree. Something needs to happen with YouTube, and I don't know what, but something.
I got a big
What's going to
vibe
happen
that
is the Rumble.
there's going to be this up and coming person, and he's going to actually rule the world. He will be the Antichrist. It's still a few years off, but I think it's Elon's son X. I think he's like the actual Antichrist. That kid.
I got a different.
I got a bad vibe about that little Damien.
I think it
Is
all
that the
has
one? Hold on.
go.
Is that the son? Is that his son that is like
No,
transgender or something?
it's a 6-year-old kid.
No,
Okay.
no, it's a little guy that you see at the White House from time to
He's
time.
always got a little suit on. He looks like
did you see
he
what he
looks
said to
straight
Trump?
out of the Omen films. I tell
It's
you.
a little guy you see wiping boogers on the desk.
And going, "You're not my
Hey,
president." And he's
did
telling
you see what he
he's
said to
telling
Trump,
Trump to get effed. What?
when him and Elon were in the Oval Office, he looked at Donald Trump and he said, "You're not the president."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Elon seems oblivious. It's like maybe the kid's actually controlling his dad. He's the one with all the power. And no, I don't know. But I got a really weird vibe from that kid. Same as Barron Trump. I used to think, God, this son of Trump, they keep him
Look
right
how
out of
tall
spotlight.
he is, folks.
He's 6'8".
Yeah.
He's a Nephilim. He's a Nephilim.
But then they got those books.
I
The
got a
trilogy,
whole
the
branch of the family that tall. Yeah.
They got the Life and Times of Barron Trump. It's like a two-part series or a trilogy.
Yeah,
It was written in the late 1800s about the
when's he
time
going to
travel.
go to Hollow Earth and do time traveling and stuff? Yeah.
I don't know, but maybe it's coming.
Wouldn't surprise me. Everyone's
Maybe
just so
he's his own granddad.
crazy.
But the ocean.
Maybe
do you
he's
believe in
his
time
own
travel?
grandpa.
The ocean. Do you believe time travel is real? Like, do you think it's like?
Yeah, absolutely. I
What do
used
you
to
think
call
the
myself future. Huh?
Is that what causes the Mandela effect to happen? You believe, or
What causes the Mandela effect, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is this. It goes on all the time. We go from versions of reality to versions of reality all the time. Every time we make a decision, whether we're going right or left or up or down or whatever, but your mind fills in the gaps. It's just like seeing a picture that's not entirely there, but your mind fills in the gaps or whatever. Your mind will try to fill in the gaps to make it look like it's okay, everything's fine. I've seen it happen in real life. But since I died, I've been seeing the Mandela effects. So that was many years ago before it was even, there was a name for it.
Same. Yeah.
So what I think is happening is, and this is just what I think is happening, is that this kind of thing happens a lot. Do we do it en masse? Maybe we take some en masse detours from what we were originally going towards. But I think we do it all a lot. And I think that people are just now beginning to realize it, just beginning to be able to notice it, because you guys are now coming into my world. that I was kind of ushered into by a near-death experience because I've been having Mandela effects ever since I died
Hmm.
and came back. And I couldn't
I,
talk about them to anybody. So
I had a
Yeah,
near-death experience
for many
when
years
I was.
before Mandela effect became a term, I was having friends and that remembering things totally different than me, and yet
right,
I know they were wrong, and it's like,
right.
that's
Me
not how
too.
it happened.
I had
Since I
that
had my
too.
near-death experience, I was what was it? I was 27, so back in 2013. It just
Mm.
seems like time has sped up. Desiree says the same thing. It
It
just seems
definitely
for
does
whatever.
when you get to my age.
I think so.
Every
Yeah,
day
well,
just
I
flies by
know the old saying goes as you get older, but it just really seems like time is just kind of like
now. Yeah.
it's just zooming by. You know,
It might be, it does feel, even for an old person, I still feel it's speeding by quicker than it used to, as far as for everyone almost, I think. Because
and that could be them
I
messing
remember
with
old people
phones.
going, "Oh, when the older you get, the more time flies." And I remember that back when I was a teenager. Old people tell me that.
Yeah,
Well,
It's
yeah,
true.
they say that the longer you live, it seems to be getting shorter because you're comparing it to the rest of your life.
Mm,
So when you're a kid, it goes
uh,
on forever because compared to yesterday, you're not that old.
mm,
But
mm.
as you get more and more time behind you, it seems like a smaller and smaller space.
I
So
feel like life's getting, uh, you know, I've got to make every minute count now because it's getting shorter. Yeah.
how old
So
are you, Ken?
66, 67 at the end of the year.
Yeah,
Uh,
my dad,
what's
my mom,
67?
yeah,
what's that?
my mom is 50. Yeah, my
I am
dad is
67.
67, and my mom is 56.
But women always live at least 10 years longer than men do. It's known fact. I've lost, I've lost most of my friends, male friends over the years, but I've still got all my
I
female ones.
didn't know you
So,
were my
so
age.
the
Eh,
ocean. Let me show this to y'all real quick. So
I might
my mom used to be ex Air Force and government. Well, she had non-disclosure agreements for when she worked at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. Well, recently they ran out, so she doesn't have. She's not under her NDAs no more. She was telling me today on the phone that because she was an aircraft jet mechanic. Well, back in the early '80s, she worked on T-37s. They're it's a type of it's a smaller little jet craft, but they had
Mm-hmm.
a monkey experiment that they were doing at the Air Force Base back in the early '80s, and she said, and this is no bullshit, the monkeys actually used to fly the T-37s.
Wow.
Really? Wow.
God's honest truth. It's a little small craft, but she said they actually flew the
Right.
crafts by themselves. So it's kind of like
Yeah.
a drone, small craft. You can look. They're called T-37s.
Well, I guess there's no reason they couldn't.
Yeah.
No, they can work out, a lot of stuff. They're
Well,
smarter than
they
people
had
think.
chimps in space too. What is it? The first isn't the first astronaut wasn't it a chimpanzee or something? The original one or
I'm
something
not
like
sure if
that.
they put the dog in space or the monkey. Was it America who put the monkey in space? I know Russia put poor
Yeah.
Lyra. What was her name? Lyra the dog.
Did we put a monkey or did we put a dog? I can't even remember.
No, Russia put a dog in space and it died. Um,
Oh, yeah, we put a monkey then. Yeah.
yeah, and I think
Basically,
the
yeah.
monkey died too.
They did
Yeah.
an experiment too, though, with certain organisms they put up in space to see if they could survive, and the organisms actually forgot exactly what they're called, but they adapted and survived. So when they say they survived the space and environment, I
Tardigrades.
forgot what they were called.
I think when they see
it could be
the
that.
animals in space, they go, "Oh shit, we can't actually get there, so we're going to have to fake this from here on."
Well, here's the thing too. That's why certain things come on asteroids, you know,
And those
and they survive.
cosmonauts burnt up too.
Yeah, the tardigrades are, I think, is what you're trying. They're microscopic.
Yeah, that's
Tardigrades
exactly it.
can
Yep.
survive space. Yes, can survive space travel. So tardigrades may actually be off-worlders. And they look like they're wearing little spacesuits. It's really weird looking. If you look up tardigrade, you'll find out all about it. Yeah, tardigrade, Jason. Yeah, you're right. Water bears. Yeah. Don't know why they call them bears. They don't look much like that. But now, Jason is also saying, do you remember Thanksgiving? You know what? That's another thing. The date of my death has been Mandela affected 3 different times. Currently, it was in 86, and in January of 86, but it wasn't always. I mean, it got moved around several times. Also, one thing I noticed after I died is that the holidays moved around, and so did the time change. Time changes.
Yeah, I
Do you
always
remember
remember
anything?
Christmas Day on the 24th, and now it's the 25th. I don't get that.
Yeah, like that, shit like that. That's
Little stuff like that, yeah.
What
weird
DOC,
stuff
what do
like
you
that.
remember about your death experience? Do you remember like?
Yeah, a
I got
lot.
to see my guardian angels, but they were like, I knew them all my life, and yet I couldn't even see their faces properly. But yeah, so at least I know I got 2 guardian angels. I need 2 for some reason. Most have 1. But, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I had 1 too, but it's a bit different than you guys. Yeah.
Mine was really kind of well. Mine was very different. I ended up in a beautiful garden full of interesting looking people. Looked like they were from all different. It looked really like everybody's religious figures. And nobody was paying any attention to me though. I'm just standing there looking around going, okay, this is interesting. What's going on? Didn't feel any pain, didn't feel any fear. I had a dream about exactly how I was going to die, and it exactly happened like my dream. And nobody was coming to me to welcome me or anything. And I'm like, that's odd. I wonder, where am I and what am I looking at? Because at that point, I hadn't figured out that I'd died yet. And then later, and I know something intervened in that time. Something happened to me after that. Because all of a sudden I found myself in a cave talking to a very, very old person. Very, very old. And they were telling me that there was something I had to take back with me. And they were putting something in my mind that was going to unpack later. And I later found out that was probably Thoth's wife. But that was another whole nother story, how I found that out. But I had some messages come to me.
How long were you dead for, or do you know? Or
It must have been, okay, well, the police had gotten there, so it must have been a few minutes at least. We're not sure because the guy that was standing there, was not counting because he thought I was just dead.
Yeah.
So they weren't really counting how long between the accident and me reviving. But so it's really hard to know. But I basically got impaled on a steering wheel and it stopped my heart. And then my heart started again. And I pulled myself off the steering wheel. I shouldn't have been able to do that because it was all broken up. I scared
severe.
half to death. It's like he was seeing, oh my God, she's alive. You know, it's like the look on his face was terror. I said, why are you looking at me like that? And there was a little tremor in his voice, and he said, well, because you were dead. And I just laughed. I said, well, I'm fine. Except I wasn't fine.
No, the shock hadn't set in. Well, you're in shock. You don't feel the pain, and
Right.
Yeah.
I'm okay, except for this crack, crack, crack sound in my lungs every time I breathe. And a few other things.
And they had that story too.
Good.
They had that story about the mother's son who the car fell on top of him, and then like her adrenaline.
Yeah.
Her adrenaline. She by herself lifted the car.
I'm trying to say adrenaline. I think it's bullshit, but that's okay.
Yeah. But she lifted the vehicle, and then they had to wait for someone to come to pull him out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some kid went and got some people, but yeah, those are miracles. You know, miracles happen.
well,
Yeah,
I heard about that story in the 60s.
I don't believe it.
When I was in the 60s, I heard that story, and then I heard another story about it in the 70s. I'm not sure if it was the same connected story but it's been around for a long time, that story of the adrenaline a mother can push a car.
Probably these are the gifts that we have, but we've been so lied to and so brainwashed and so pulled away from our spiritual sides that we've lost them over time. But
oh, there goes Cowboy. The storm is hitting, and he's going into his cat cave.
Yeah, he don't like the storms, eh?
Nah, he don't like it. When he hears that kind of thing, he goes under the bed into the cat cave. He don't like it.
I had a dog like that. He used to shake and tremor, and I'd have to hug him and comfort him because he was terrified of the thunder.
Well, that's how I know that Cowboy has spent some time outside before I had him. Because he takes cover.
Hiding under houses.
He takes cover. And so that tells me he was outside a while. So,
okay.
Has he ever been outside since you've had him, or is he just staying?
What?
Has Cowboy gone outside since you've owned him, or has he just stayed inside?
No, he's an indoor kitty. He's pretty old now.
Yeah, when they get old,
he's got almost no teeth left. But he loves his perpetuate. MK Ultra shit. What is? Which thing? A lot of things, actually.
Oh, killing a rabbit in space and killing its baby on Earth, and seeing if there's I don't know. Well, we're there in space.
Yeah.
You can only imagine the experiments that they do every day, and we just don't even. We can't even.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we can imagine it, but it's like wow. And they say it's for the advancement of science.
Well, did you ever see that?
Science, it's probably satanic somehow.
Did you ever see that film back in the late 90s called Cube? And these people are thrown into this trap system, and they have to try to work out, because they're all got mathematical or something talents, and work their way out to the exit. But most people don't ever get to the exit. But to me, that was the most horrific idea ever. That imagine if our government is doing that sort of thing.
I'm sure they probably are.
For some reason, I felt like this is based on reality. I used to have ideas about this before I saw the film, but this is what they probably are doing, experimenting with people
Probably
saying,
make Piccolo look like a little choir boy.
it'd be like hell, you know. Oh, wow.
They've made like 3 of those Cube movies, but the first one was really, really, really good.
First one's there was this. Yeah, I like the other 2, but yeah, nothing like the first one. It was just so, you know, I love the idea. You don't know where they are, you know, and all that. You know, like,
That was around the time that I was beginning to slow down on horror movies. Because I was really a horror movie fan for most of my life. But
well, to
when
me,
they came out,
it's
that was
probably
when I was beginning to slow down on them.
it's one of my favorite sci-fi films because of the it just tripped me right out for some reason.
You know, a movie that still kind of freaks me out. It came out a few years ago. It was called Hereditary.
Oh yeah, what a
Have you
disturbing
seen it?
film that was. Yeah,
It's about like
I mean, I still
normal
don't.
family. Yeah.
I watched it twice and I still can't figure out the ending properly and shit. Oh wow.
Okay,
That
hang
movie
on.
is just creepy.
We got another person coming in.
Oh,
Here's Jason back again.
hey Jason,
How you doing, Jason?
I'm just gonna mute and let you talk a bit, because I've been talking a lot.
Well, I'm just about getting ready to toddle off because I've been on for over 4 hours. So I'm really hate to call it a day, but I have to call it a day because wouldn't you know this is all
Jason from Rob Cleo?
got appointments I got to go to in the morning.
You're the Jason that goes on Rob's channel too, I believe.
I think that's the Jason in the chat. This is a different.
Okay, yeah, okay.
There's 2 Jasons in here.
Oh, Jason, you're muted.
Okay. Now I want to tell you this. I love everybody here. This has been a wonderful show. I am really enjoying this. We're going to have to do this again.
Yeah.
Please come on in again. Look for me on a Monday or a Wednesday. I may try to do something on the weekend.
Yes.
Well, you know, look for me. And as some of you even have ways of contacting me, so get in touch. I would love to have you on again. It's been very entertaining and very interesting. And I think we're really all being both entertained and informed. So, but
Yeah.
I have to call it a day for now because I'm about to fall asleep on my
No.
bed. Okay.
The night's still young here. It's 6:06 p.m. So
Well, it's 3:06 here.
Thursday night. I'm in the future.
That's right. Hey, am I
thank you
still
for letting
okay
me
in
come
the
on.
future, Ken?
What's that?
Yeah, I'm still fine in the future, aren't I?
Yeah,
I'm
like
still
you'll
there.
catch up soon. Tomorrow, you guys catch up to me. And
Okay, well, it's good to know that I'm still around in the future.
yeah, you are. Yeah. I can
I'm kidding you.
because you're in the future right now because you're in my time zone and it's 6:07.
Oh, that's right. I'm time
Oh,
traveling.
it's getting all paradoxy now in my brain.
Yeah, now we're going to have paradox if we're not careful.
Oh, the government took away our daylight savings. I love those long days, and they said, "Nah, you're not having it. We're taking it away." And now the days are shorter. And, oh, bastards!
Oh, God. I kind of
We're
wish
back.
they'd take away. I kind of wish ours would just stop.
Oh,
You
it's
know, I
silly, isn't
kind
it?
of wish that they'd kind of just arrive at a time and just stay there, you know. Just
I don't care about.
set a good.
I just know when the sun comes up, goes down, and that's all.
Okay. Well, okay.
Okay, I'll leave you go. Cheers, D, Jason,
I'm taking
Bruce.
them. I love you.
I'm gonna stream now on.
This is where you find it. Hope you find some here.
Yeah. Peace out, everyone, and have a beautiful day every day, and God bless.
All right, you
Right.
guys have a good one. Talk to you guys later.
Okay. Love you all.
All right.
And
Bye.
you guys, remember, you're creating the future. So your imagination is your best tool. Just like the never ending story, you don't want the nothing to take over. You got to keep your imagination going. Okay, remember, you are divine. I love you all. I'll see you another time. Yep. And good night, folks.